Chapter 1 of The Riddle Ring by Justin McCarthy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Jim Conrad's Find. Jim Conrad, a young Englishman lounging about Paris at the time when this story begins, found a ring which he at once assumed to have a mystery connected with it. It appealed to his young and romantic fancy, and it seemed to tell him that it had come in his way with a mission for him to fulfill, and perhaps even a story for him to tell. It clearly, as he thought, told a tale of a lover's quarrel, and he was in the mood just then to sympathize with anybody into whose love a quarrel had pierced. In any case, all stories about rings had a curious fascination for Conrad. There was the ring of Polycrates, there was Aladdin's ring, there was the ring of Amasis, there was the ring put upon the finger of the statue of Venus, and suddenly clasped and clutched by the enchanted marble. There was the ring with which the Doge used to wed the Adriatic. There was the ring that Pharaoh gave to Joseph, and there was the ring of Solomon, and Portia's ring, and the ring of Posthumus in Cymbeline, and all manner of other rings in poetry, legend, and romance. Conrad delighted in all these rings, and was a devoted admirer of The Ring and the Book. How, then, could he avoid being impressed by the fact that a ring with an apparently mysterious story encircling it had come in his way, and invited him to unlock the heart of its mystery? Jim Conrad was passing by the Arch of Triumph, the Arch of the Star, one morning in Paris, and entered the Bois de Boulogne. It was a morning in late summer or early autumn. Jim Conrad came to Paris just then because he wanted to have Paris all to himself. The Parisians would have gone away, and the English and Americans would not yet have come. There was only one piece being played at all the Parisian theatres just then, and that bore the name of Relâche. Jim Conrad tried even to see the Venus of Milo at the Louvre, but on his first attempt he found that the gallery was closed for the business of repairs, and he made no further attempt. "Let it go," he said, "as everything else goes, for me." From which it will be inferred that poor Jim Conrad was in some mental trouble. So he was. He had come to Paris in order to relieve his mind by making it more miserable than ever, and brooding alone and lonely over his trouble. Alone and lonely may seem at first, to the irreverent reader, to be mere repetition and tautology. The irreverent reader, if he will please to devote his powerful mind to one moment's thinking over the subject, will see that he is entirely wrong. One may be alone without being lonely. We all find it healthy and satisfactory to be alone now and then, but to be lonely is the blood poisoning of the soul. Poor Jim Conrad was lonely. The girl whom he loved, or fancied he loved, had thrown him over and married a rich man old enough to be her father. Many a London young man no older than Jim would have taken this coolly enough, and accepted it as part of his ill luck. Girls will do these things. They do them every day. Fred to-day, George to-morrow, Arthur yesterday. And then, too, the lads sometimes throw over the lasses, as every wise man's son doth know. But, unfortunately, Jim Conrad had a fatal trick of taking things seriously. At least, he took things seriously where his heart and his affections were at all concerned. He was an odd sort of young man. He was decidedly good-looking, he was tall and well-made, and wore his clothes with the unconscious way of one who has been born to show off clothes to advantage. He was great in all manner of games and sports, and was a capital amateur actor and manager. He was poor. He was the younger son of a younger son, and his own personal property amounted to £500 a year all told, the money left him by his mother, who was dead. But he was determined to make his way in literature, for he had, from his college days, an inborn passion for literature, and he saw a great career before him, a career which had not yet quite begun. He had written nothing, at least nothing for publication, but he meant to write. His friends had always said, "Why don't you write something, Jim?" And he proposed, with all the confidence of another Montrose, to make the girl he loved, or thought he loved, famous by his pen. The girl, who had at first been taken by his face, his figure, his clothes, and his manners, did not care twopence about being made famous by his pen. She captivated an elderly millionaire, and she calmly threw Jim Conrad over. She told him in the very frankest way what she was doing, and why she was doing it. "I should like very much to marry you, Jim. I would rather marry you than any other man if you had the oof. But then you haven't, and I don't believe you'll ever get it. And I can't wait all my life. And I've got a good chance now with this old fool, and of course I am not an idiot, and I don't mean to throw my chance away. Perhaps he'll die soon, and leave me a widow, and then I don't say that you and I may not arrange matters." Then Jim left her. He saw that he had thrown his time utterly away on her. He saw that she never could have been the woman he had supposed her to be. He found a great desert in his heart. To have loved and lost may be better than never to have loved at all, but to have loved and to find out that the object of one's love is not worth a single thought, even in the way of anger, is not a cheering experience to look back upon. That was Jim Conrad's condition when he went over to Paris to try for some way of distracting himself from the memory of his folly. He did not even carry self-respect along with him. How could he feel any respect for himself, who had been taken in by a woman like that? So he wandered listless through the Bois de Boulogne, eating his own heart. He had come to Paris not merely because he was fond of Paris, although he was, but because he had had much of his bringing up there, and he thought it would do him good to go back to the place which he had known before he knew her. In the mind of some men, and perhaps of a very few women, place and association go together like substance and shadow. There are certainly men, I will not vouch for women, to whom every place they know floats double, the place and its shadow, the association. Therefore Jim Conrad, in his fancied distress — is there any fancied distress? Does not the mere fancy make it real? — sought out his old haunts in Paris, because they brought him associations of a happy, careless time before he knew her. He strode over a high railing, and lost himself in an utterly unfrequented glade of the artificial wood. He wanted to go away even from the sound of feet, the sound of voices. He did not care to hear the nursemaids babbling to the children. Like all disappointed people, he was for a time a thorough egotist. He saw his own trouble in the grass, in the sky, in the crowd, in the solitude. Suddenly, as he plunged along across the well-kept grass, he was called away from the thought of his own trouble by seeing a shining object on the turf before him. It was something that glittered at him out of the grass, and that, in an odd sort of way, seemed to appeal to him. He stooped and took it up. It was a ring, a thick thick, heavy ring of gold. It was apparently a ring of antique make and fashion. Naturally he looked round to see if anybody was within call who might have dropped it. No, there was no one anywhere in sight. He had the glade all to himself. Yet it was plain from the first that the ring had been lately dropped or thrown away. The night had been rainy, the early morning had kept up the rain. The ring was as dry as if it had been dropped on the Egyptian sands in front of the Sphinx near the Pyramids. It was a ring which might have been worn by man or woman. A man with a hand at all slender could have worn it on his little finger. A woman who had not a hand too solid could have worn it on her middle or even her third finger. It looked more like a man's ring, certainly. It was so solid and heavy. Curious, Jim thought, how anyone could drop so heavy a ring and not notice its absence from the finger to which it belonged. Anyhow, he took it for granted that the owner would soon come back to recover the lost possession, and as he had nothing particular to do with himself, he resolved to wait until the owner came and gladdened his heart or hers by its restoration. So he lounged about, and sat on the grass, and leaned on the fence, and wove odd fancies about the ring. 2 hours idled and slipped away in this dreamy fashion, and no one came to look for the ring. In fact, no one came near him. Then an idea occurred to him. Was the ring dropped at all, or was it not rather thrown away? It pleased Jim to fancy himself already a writer of romance, and as such able to analyze human nature, and out of the merest glimpses of observation light up a whole story. So he set to thinking out a story, and nobody came near to interrupt his thoughts or to claim the ring. He settled down to the conclusion that the ring was thrown away, and thrown away by a woman. It was flung away in a woman's impatient burst of anger and scorn. It was a question of slighted love, of faith cruelly broken. It was the gift of a false lover. Oh, yes, Jim felt quite sure the ring was thrown away by a woman. He felt that she must be young. He felt that she must be beautiful. He felt for the time as sure of this as if elderly ladies never dropped a ring, never threw away a ring, never were disappointed in their lovers, as if ugly women never had occasion to bemoan the perfidy of their pretended admirers. Other things being equal, one would naturally have thought the action of a woman disappointed in love would suggest a lack rather than a superabundance of attractions, but Jim just then did not choose to think it so. He saw Ariadne deserted by Theseus. Likewise he convinced himself, and here his reasoning was more plausible and even more sound, that a love affair of the purer order, love affair between the unmarried, was concerned, and not an intrigue of any discreditable kind. There was, indeed, as will be seen, a third possibility, which did not then come into his mind. He said to himself that no woman disappointed in any scandalous intrigue would throw away in a public place a ring which might afterwards come to be a pièce de conviction against herself. Such a woman might have thrown the ring into the Seine, but she would not have flung it recklessly on the turf of the Bois de Boulogne. No, the ring could betray nothing of which its wearer was ashamed. She was disappointed, and she did not care who knew it. Let it go, all. Why might it not have been a man who threw that ring away? Suppose a man had been given a ring by his sweetheart, and she had proved false, and they had quarrelled, why might not he have flung it away there in the Bois de Boulogne? Jim reasoned this out too. A man would not have been likely, so Jim reasoned out the case, to throw away a ring. He would probably have sent it back at once to the woman who had proved faithless, or he would simply have left it in his desk or in one of his drawers and tried to forget all about it. What puzzled him a little was why, if the Bois de Boulogne was chosen for the flinging away of the ring, that particular spot should have been chosen. Then an explanation occurred to him, which fitted in with his theory of the deserted and disappointed woman whose grief had suddenly flamed up in passion. The place in which he had found the ring was not a place where women would naturally walk. It could only be got at by scrambling over the railing, and running the risk, no doubt, of official remonstrance and reproval from angry police authority. It would be very hard indeed for any woman, even if she wore the divided skirt, to scramble over that railing, and why should an ordinary petticoated woman want to scramble over it in the broad light of day? So Jim Conrad settled finally down to his conclusion that the ring had not been dropped, but that it had been thrown away. Some woman, standing on the other side of the railing, and without the least idea of crossing the barrier, had deliberately taken off the ring and flung it away, flung it as far as she could, from her hand and from her heart and from her life, flung it away in the sad and sickly hope that she was flinging memory and disappointment and disillusion along with it. Then Jim began to study the ring itself more closely than he had done before. It had a number of letters beautifully enamelled round the outside, each letter in a different colour. Inside the ring were some figures in dark blue enamel. The letters round the outside gave no indication whatever of where one ought to begin in order to decipher the meaning, if any meaning they had. Jim, of course, assumed that they had a meaning. No mortal takes the pains of having letters enamelled on a ring if they have absolutely nothing to express. The letters ran thus, if one began at random, suppose with the letter C. CYOFARAATNICS Not much to be made of that, at the first glance, at all events. On the inner surface of the ring were the figures 3290, and following, with a little space between, 14293. That was all. Evening began to lower, and Jim left the place, taking the ring with him, and went home to his hotel. After a night and day of puzzling, he began to flatter himself, and he believed he had a special gift in the deciphering of hieroglyphics, he began to think that a suspicion of meaning was dawning on him. His theory was that one must begin with the letter F, and take every alternate letter following, and by this process you get the name Francisco. Then you begin again with the second R, which was not used up in the Francisco, and go backwards on the same alternating principle, and thus you get the name Rosita. Francisco and Rosita, common names enough in Italian or in Spanish. This reading, to be sure, left two letters unaccounted for, the Y that follows the first C, and the A that follows the F, and which were taken in by neither of the names. The figures, he took it, were dates written straight out. Clearly enough they meant the 3rd day of the 2nd month of 1890, and the 14th day of the 2nd month of 1893. The two unused letters, were they not simply the Spanish form of alas taken backwards? Here he could find no better solution. He had then got to this, that the ring symbolized some sort of love affair between a Francisco and a Rosita, presumably Italian or Spanish, or one Italian and the other Spanish, that the eras of the love affair were the 3rd of February, 1890, and Valentine's Day in 1893, 3 years and a little more, and that the ring bore melancholy evidence of something ill-omened in its short word of pathos or of despair. What was the meaning of the zone of time, if such an expression may be used, which was indicated by the two sets of figures with their several dates? Why did the lovers' era limit its enamelled record to the days between early 1890 and early 1893? Was that done in advance? Clearly it could not have been. Nobody, whether man or woman, would think of having a ring engraved with a funeral inscription in advance of love's funeral. There are those who have their gravestones cut and inscribed long in advance, but no one ever heard of a gravestone with the date imprinted in advance. No sane human beings would have thought of engaging themselves for 3 years and a few days, and no more. An engagement which was bound to last so long might surely be expected by the lovers to last until its very fulfilment. At least, that is how a pair of lovers might naturally be expected to reason out the question. Of course, the two dates might have been meant to mark two stepping-stones in the love career, the day when the lovers first met, for example, and the day when they got married. But then, why the syllable of despair? And why was the ring flung away? Death, in its natural course, could have nothing to do with the tale. No one flings away a memorial of a beloved companionship, cleft cruelly apart by death. Even misunderstanding, quarrel, and rancour do not often survive a death. "Dead, dead, that quits all scores," says Meg Merrilies in Guy Mannering. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Riddle Ring by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Slave of the Ring. Jim considered himself quite safe to put away any theory which brought death, that is, a natural and a lamented death, into the puzzle. But a death by crime? How about the possibility of a death by crime? Suppose a husband and wife had quarrelled. Suppose it were a case of grounded or groundless jealousy, and the husband had torn from his wife's finger a ring which he had given her in happier days and had killed her, and then flung the ring away. Or suppose it were merely the case of such a quarrel between a pair of lovers with the same result. But there remained the same impossibility of accounting for the syllable of despair. No man, having killed his wife or his sweetheart, would have been at the pains of commemorating the fact with the dates of lovership or marriage and the syllable of despair by an inscription subsequently engraved for the mere purpose of throwing the ring away. The explanation in any case would have been inconsistent with Jim's fond belief that the ring was thrown away by a woman. Still, he said to himself that he was not going to leave any possible solution of the mystery untested, merely because something might seem to conflict with a favourite theory of his own. A crime of some kind was quite possible. But he studied the papers for days and days, and he found no record of what we may call any appropriate crime. He found, indeed, 2 cases of suicide with somewhat corresponding dates, and he went to the morgue to study for himself. But one was that of a red-faced and seemingly very drunken artisan in a blouse, and the other that of a poor, half-starved little sempstress girl, whose wan and needle-marked fingers did by no means seem adapted to the wearing of that curious and costly ring. He made inquiry at the Prefecture of Police, but could hear of nothing. He did not, however, give up the ring. He utterly declined to shut himself out of the mystery altogether. He had already advertised in the Paris journals, stating that an English gentleman, who could be heard of by writing to certain initials at the Grand Hotel, had found a ring in the Bois de Boulogne on the date of the finding, and inviting the owner to claim the lost property. His appeal to the world in general brought out no reply whatever. Yet it seemed almost certain, at all events extremely probable, that the woman who had flung away the ring must still have been in Paris soon after he had picked it up in the Bois de Boulogne. He felt a strong conviction that the owner of the ring did not want to know anything more about it. But the ring bore the two names. Assume that a woman had thrown it away, would not the date and the fact of a ring being discovered bring home some idea to the mind of the man whose name was interlocked with hers? Yes, certainly, if he were in Paris. But the theory of Jim Conrad was that the lover had left Paris, had deserted the girl in a new passion for some other woman, and that then she had thrown away the ring. Here, then, the theory would fit in well enough. One of the pair whose names were interlocked would not have the ring again. The other knew nothing about its rejection and its discovery. Jim took the ring to several high-class jewellers in Paris, and endeavoured to get at some conjecture as to its origin and history. It was an old ring, they all agreed. The legend had been put on it within the last few years, the figures at a somewhat later time than the outer inscription. The opinion was strong, almost unanimous, that, despite the seeming evidence of the names, it was not an Italian or a Spanish ring. It certainly was not a French ring. Nor was it German, although it looked more like a German or Scandinavian piece of work than anything belonging to southern Europe. One expert in the craft made a declaration which set Conrad's nerves thrilling. He declared his firm conviction that it was an English family ring. Then, Conrad thought, the work of discovery, if that be true, becomes easier and easier. It cannot be hard to find out in London the family history of such a ring. It cannot be hard to find out just now in Paris the names of any English people who may have been staying here at this unwonted time. Conrad had many friends in Paris. He had many friends especially at the British Embassy. Some of the young men belonging to the Embassy were still compelled to remain in town. Of these he made inquiries, but his friends could not assist him much. He could only ask them vaguely about English families who had lately been in Paris or were still there. They could only tell him of the Ronaldsons, who had run up for a few days from Dieppe, of the Strathsbys, who were going back to Scotland, and, quite inappropriately, of the delightful American girls who had stayed to the very last of the season, but whose mother had carried them away, no one quite knew where, several weeks ago. There was nothing satisfactory in this. Conrad did not want quite to give up his secret, to let it pass into other hands. He cherished it, he clung to it, it gave him a motive for living, which, as he thought, he sadly wanted. He began to forget his own trouble in studying out and striving to construct the story of his self-created heroine. An idea began to get hold of him. Why should he not make a story of it? Why not try his literary hand in that way? But he put the idea aside. Suppose the real heroine of the tale came to find that somebody had turned her and her misfortune into copy. He could not bear the thought. No, it must be his secret alone, and hers, of course. but it must not be given to the big, stupid public at so much a page. With the audacity of a novice in literature, Conrad did not contemplate the possibility of editors and publishers declining the completed copy with thanks. No, his thought was of a story ringing in the public ear far and wide, becoming the talk of the day, and so at last reaching the ear and wounding the heart of the poor, suffering and secluded heroine. The more he brooded over the whole subject, the more the heroine became a real and concrete being to him. He thought very little about the lover, except that now and then he flung an execration along his undiscovered path. His theory was that the girl was young, that the man was much older, perhaps a married man who had passed himself off as single, and so won the girl's guileless affections, and the discovery came, and the ring was flung away. What, in any case, had all this to do with Jim Conrad? Were not his affections blighted utterly? What was it to him whether there was in the world one more disappointed being than he had known of before? Suppose he could find her out, what good could he do for her? He could hand her back her ring, of course, but assuming that she had deliberately thrown it away, it did not seem likely that she would be very grateful for having it handed back. Still, we are afraid that a disappointed lover, even in the early bitterness of his disappointment, is not the least likely of men to open his heart to a new sensation, even to the chance of a new wound. The actual fact is that Jim began to dream and moon about this imaginary heroine, until he almost persuaded himself that he had been appointed by Providence to find her out and charm her grief away. All this was very absurd, to be sure, but then these romantic young men will be absurd sometimes, always. Every day regularly Jim made a pilgrimage to the Bois de Boulogne, and hung about the spot where he had found his perplexing possession. The idea was in his mind that if the owner of the ring should still be in Paris, she might be tempted to haunt the place with which she had such melancholy associations. The impulse of most people is to avoid such a scene, but it is not the impulse of all. There are some who have the ghost's faculty highly and morbidly developed in them, and cannot keep themselves from revisiting a scene of suffering. It would be more like a man than like a woman, Jim thought, to haunt the grave of a buried happiness, but still there might be women, too, who would do it. This woman might be one who would do it. So he went to the place every day, and lingered there, and watched every woman, and indeed every man, who passed the railings, and who gave any glance, however short and sudden, in the one particular direction. But no one stopped there, man or woman, nor did any woman who passed give him the idea of a heroine and a tragic story. He was so often there, lingering about the same place, that he began to recognize faces of men and women who appeared to be regular passers-by there, and indeed people began to notice him, and more than one sergeant de ville appeared to take a deep and curious interest in his movements, or rather in his lack of any particular movement. But he haunted the place all the same, and let authority form any suspicions it pleased. Jim got into a way of sitting up late in his bedroom of nights, studying the ring. He used to set it before him on his table and survey it, as though by constant turning it over and over he could get at the heart of its mystery. He thought of wearing it publicly on his necktie, and thus offering it on exhibition, and seeing whether somebody would not claim it. But here, again, came in the possibility of hurting the soul of the fair sufferer. If she were still in Paris, and happened to see her ill-gifted ring thus published and blazoned forth by a stranger, what would her feelings be, her sense of desecrated grief? No, that expedient could not be tried. In any case it would probably come to nothing. The advertisements in the papers had not procured him one single question, answer, or suggestion of any kind. Jim began to grow tired of Paris, and to think he had better be going back to London. He ought to get to work of some kind, he told himself. He must not let his life drift idly by, he said to his fighting soul. All the time there was in his mind the unacknowledged anxiety to show the ring to some of the great London jewellers, and find out from them whether it was of English make, and whether it would be possible to get at anything about its family history, supposing such history to belong to it. He had little difficulty in reconciling his conscience to the fact that he was keeping a ring which did not belong to him, and which, no doubt, he ought to have handed in at the Prefecture of Police. An Englishman in Paris, as a stranger not domiciled there, does not attach any particular sanctity to the supposed rights of the authorities over treasure trove. Conrad's mind followed the ring into a dusty collection of labelled articles, such as one may see in the Lost Property Office in Scotland Yard. Umbrellas, parasols, ladies' purses, opera glasses, and such like, and he saw the interesting ring lying there unclaimed for ever, of no use to anyone, even the owner. No, he felt that he, and no one else, was, for the moment, the rightful heir to the ring he had found. He would look out for the owner in a thoughtful and a delicate way, and would know how to act if a chance should arrive. The police authorities would not trouble themselves in the least about the business. The lost ring would have no more meaning for them than a lost walking-stick or a dropped garter. Sometimes he became possessed by a fear that he had either lost the ring or was destined to lose it. He bought a little blue silk bag, and in that bag he stowed his treasure of nights, and tied up the silver string about the neck of the bag, and hid it under his pillow with his watch. More than once in every night he waked up and felt for the bag, and assured himself that it was safe, and sometimes got up and lit his bougie, and took the ring out to make sure that no thief, clever as one whom Herodotus tells of, had stolen into his room and stealthily got the bag from under his head, and taken out the ring and put the empty bag back into its idle place. The whole story, his imagined story, began to get on Jim Conrad's nerves. It was growing to be quite a reality for him. Perhaps the morbid state of his mind, caused by his recent disappointment, had a great deal to do with his earnestness about this other disappointment, which in no wise concerned or could concern his life. He was, in fact, that most susceptible and irredeemable of all creatures, the poet who does not write verses. He had all the attributes of the poet, except the capacity to work off his trials and sufferings in poetry. The genuine poet has an immense advantage in that way. As soon as the first shock of any trouble is over, he sits down and works off his agonies in verse, and he reads over his poem and corrects and improves it, and puts its rhymes and rhythms right, and by the time he has come to the end of the process, he has pushed his pain a good distance away from him. But Conrad was not in the way of writing poems, although he had felt all a poet's self-created passion for his false true love, and he had not had that way of working himself out of his misery. So he took to this story of the ring, and he realized it, and made it part of his constant preoccupation, until it became something like a torture to him. "I will go back to London," he said to himself resolutely. I will go back to-morrow, and I will see whether some London jeweller can't give me a hint which may help me to the family history of this ill-gifted ring. So he took what he told himself should be his last tramp to the place where he had found the ring, and he explored the ground once more. No new revelation was vouchsafed to him, but he was once again confirmed in the opinion which he had formed after many days of careful observation, that no woman ever got over those railings. Such a performance would have created quite as much consternation as if a woman had walked into one of the lakes. That was something to encourage him in his quest. If the ring was worn by a woman, and it could hardly have been worn by a man, it was not dropped, it was not lost, it was thrown away. Jim was staying at the Grand Hotel. The days were telling on Paris, and the English and Americans were already beginning to come in. The table d'hôte hitherto had been a very dull business for him. He had not spoken to a soul on either side of him. This day, he thought to himself, would be his last, and he was glad of it, because of the English and Americans who were beginning to come in, and whom he would fain avoid in his egotistic, misanthropic, and misogynist mood of mind. He returned to the Grand Hotel and sat at one of the little tables in the courtyard, and smoked a cigar and drank a petit verre. A carriage drove past his table, and he saw two ladies get out, an elder and a younger. There were heaps of luggage on and in the carriage, and there was quite a little commotion of clerks, porters, page-boys, and other attendants round the carriage and the ladies and the luggage. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Riddle Ring by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Jim's New Acquaintances. Conrad looked on in a lazy, half-awakened sort of curiosity. The younger lady got out first, and really all he saw of her was a dainty little foot in the prettiest of high-heeled shoes, and the foam of some gauzy petticoat work just above. The foot was so small and dainty and neat that Conrad at once set down its owner as an American girl. But the girl helped her mother out, and they talked to the attendants, and by their accent Conrad knew that they were English, even that they were Londoners. He became interested now, and he saw the face of the elder lady quite plainly, but the young woman still kept her veil down. They disappeared at first into the office of the hotel, and then they crossed the courtyard and went up the flight of steps. So they vanished, and in 5 minutes more Jim had ceased to think about them. But he had not seen the last of them, not by any manner of means. When he got to his place at the table d'hôte in the evening, he found that there had been some changes. A good many new arrivals were visible. His next-door neighbours, a very heavy Belgian gentleman and his wife, had apparently taken their departure. There were new faces on either side of the table, and next to him were the two ladies he had seen in the courtyard, mother and daughter as he at once assumed them to be. He had seen the elder lady's face very clearly, and this was she. The daughter was seated next to him. He cast some shy glances at her, and he actually caught her sending a shy glance at him. She was a pretty young woman, and her voice sounded musically in the lonely ears of Jim Conrad. He had been leading a very solitary life lately, and had not spoken to a woman for ever so long, at least as it seemed to him, in reality for perhaps about 3 weeks. So he felt as if he should like to talk to the girl and to her mother. Yes, positively also to her mother, for he felt that the talk of bright and pleasant women would cheer him up somehow. An occasion soon presented itself. He passed the pepper to the girl, or rendered her some other such momentous and heroic service, and she thanked him in words, and still more with a glance from her sparkling eyes. Then they got into conversation, into which the mother almost at once put her word. They were decidedly very agreeable people, the mother and daughter, and they came from London. Like all Londoners abroad, they soon began talking of people they knew at home. Londoners are the most thoroughly provincial creatures in all the world, for they are hardly ever interested in anything but the concerns of their own province. The two women soon found that they and Jim had some acquaintance in common at home. Then the girl asked him if he didn't like the Gaiety, and he said, oh yes, he adored the Gaiety, although he did not add that he seldom went there. And the mother hoped that he was fond of the opera, and he proclaimed himself a devotee of the opera, to which he hardly ever went. Will falsehood of this kind be recorded against us at the Judgment Day? Is one morally responsible for anything he says in the effort to start conversation with people whom he has not met before, and whom he is anxious to talk to? After all, a man might adore the Gaiety, and yet not happen to go very often to the shrine of his adoration, and might be devoted to the opera without being ready always to pay a guinea for his stall. "Are you fond of novels?" Jim asked the daughter at a chance pause in the conversation, and when he felt that he must start something new. "Oh, no," she answered, opening round eyes at him, and then dropping her eyelids with a decisive air. "I hate novels." "Hate novels? Why on earth do you hate novels?" He was himself inspired with the hope of being a novelist some time or other, and this declaration damped him. "I hate novels, yes, because they give false views of life." She opened her eyes at him widely again. "But tell me, how are they false views of life?" "Everything ends happily or everything ends tragically, and that is not so in life. In life nothing ends at all." "Come, now, life itself does." "Yes, but generally in some humdrum and undramatic way. I don't call that ending. In life things are mostly commonplace, monotonous, and dull." "Very well. Assuming that you are right, is not that one more reason for our desiring a life of fiction, which shall not be commonplace and monotonous and dull?" "Oh, no! I want to have the truth, and nothing but the truth." "Don't you like fairy stories?" "Given as fairy stories. About the prince changed into a cat, and Beauty and the Beast and the ogre, and the Arabian Nights, and all that. Oh, yes, to a certain extent, just as I am amused by the absurdities at the Gaiety. But given as a picture of real English life, no, most certainly not. I look on such stories as I should on a map or a Bradshaw if it had all its boundaries and figures wrong." "Decidedly," thought Conrad, "this is a flower of our very latest civilization. This is Girton and all the rest of them expressed in one dogmatic little mind." But he liked the talk all the same. "My daughter takes very strong views about fiction," the mother said, with a smile. "But she can't persuade me to give up my novel reading. I am quite unlike her. I am fond of any novel that is at all good. I think a good novel so brightens life for us." "Oh, no," the girl interposed. "It darkens life, confuses it, bewilders our very instincts, tells us nothing but lies about life, about the very thing of which we want to know the truth." Conrad was amused, and was determined to draw her out. "But come," he said, "I want you to give me your idea as to the want of truthfulness in fiction." She laughed a merry little laugh. "Truthfulness in fiction," she said. "Why, there you have settled the whole question. How can there be truthfulness in fiction? If it is truthfulness, it can't be fiction. If it is fiction, it can't be truthfulness. Don't you see?" "You have caught me with an epigram," he answered, "but I must defend my position all the same. A story may not describe the literal facts known to anyone's actual experience, but it may be a very good and even a very faithful picture of life, for all that." "So I always say," the elder lady chimed in. "But that is what I say the novels are not," the pertinacious damsel insisted. "I say they are utterly unlike real life in every way, and that their whole purpose and business seem to be to make us to believe that life is something quite different from what it really is. You might as well bring up a girl on the principle that dancing is the real business of her life." "Many girls are brought up on that principle." "So I say. That is my case," the argumentative young woman persisted. "But do you approve of that? Would you have girls brought up in that way?" She looked at him as seriously as if she were the mother of a family of girls, and he were an elderly legislator. "No," he said, "I don't suppose I should. I haven't very much considered the question of the education of girls. But I don't see how that affects the value of a novel. Novels, so far as I know, don't teach us that girls ought to be brought up only for balls and dancing." "No, but—" and she stopped and shrugged her shoulders with an air that plainly denoted that if she might she would have said, "How stupid you are," or "How stupid men are. Don't you see that the novelist teaches a principle of life just as false as the very lesson which you admit you condemn? Take the one great falsehood. The novelist teaches that the only important thing in life is for a man and woman to fall in love." "Yes," he said, a little slowly, some thoughts about his own life coming up cheerlessly to his mind. "And isn't it a matter of some importance in life?" "Not the least in the world," she declared promptly. "What does it count for in the real work of life? For a man, nothing at all. No, nothing at all." "Oh, but pray excuse me." I know what you would say, and of course for a while all young men think it a very serious business. But how does it ever affect the serious part of their lives? For women it is a little, not very much. For men it is nothing at all." "This young lady has been disappointed," Conrad thought. "Either she has never found a lover," and glancing round at her pretty face, now a little flushed by the heat of the argument, he fancied that was not quite likely, "or she has found the lover unworthy, and she tries now to argue herself into the belief that love counts for nothing in human affairs." For indeed she did seem as if she were not so much arguing with him as arguing with herself, perhaps arguing down herself. "Do you know," he said, "I have read some French poem or ballad or something which says that in the world there is nothing but that." "Nothing but what?" she asked disdainfully. "Well, of course, nothing but love." "That is just the kind of sentimental nonsense a French poet would write." "He says that it is the one thing which is higher than the stars, greater than the sun, stronger than the sea." "What nonsense! What utter nonsense! Why, at the very most, love is an episode, an incident. Look at all these people here. How much do you suppose love has to do with any of their feelings and their ambitions, and their hopes and their fears, and all the rest of it?" "I would venture to say that it either has or had a very great deal to do with the feelings of every creature here, man or woman, young or old." Conrad was now throwing his soul into the discussion. She smiled contemptuously. "I am sure it has nothing to do with my life, or my hopes, or my fears," she said. "Well, you are very young. You have not begun yet. Your time will come." "Oh, no, it will not. And then there's Mamma.
She never had any love trouble in her life. Had you, dearest?"
It was a little disappointing to be referred thus directly to Mamma on the delicate subject of love troubles. The Mamma was a very good-looking, ladylike person of about 45, with a sweet and gentle expression, but still one would not naturally turn to her for a discourse on the troubles of love. "My dear," she said gently, "you talk too fast and too carelessly."
"Oh, no, please don't say that,"
Conrad interposed. "But my daughter is right enough. It does so happen," the mother went on composedly, "that I never have known anything about love troubles. I was married at the desire of my people when I was very young to a man much older than myself, for whom I had both esteem and affection, and he died not many years after our marriage, and I was very sorry for him, and that was my only love trouble. And I don't suppose it was exactly what the poets would call love, or what my daughter thinks the novelists set out for us as the great business of our lives." Conrad was a little embarrassed for the mother when the impetuous daughter so suddenly appealed to her for her experiences of life and love. But he thought it would not be possible for any lady to get out of the difficulty with more grace and sweetness. He began to like them both.
"I am afraid I have got the explanation of your views of life," he said to the girl. "Your mother has, on the whole, passed an untroubled existence, and you think that all life is like that."
There was a touch of hypocrisy about this speech, for he was thinking all the time that while the mother told her simple story, there was something in her tones and in her eyes which seemed to say that she would have parted with some of that quietude of life and reciprocal esteem for even a little of the rapture and the trouble of love. But he could hardly suggest this to her or her daughter, and so he made to the young lady his hypocritical little speech.
"No,"
the young lady answered decisively.
"Mamma, for all her novel reading, has seen life in its true proportions. I think the novelists have done a world of mischief by their absurdly false teaching." "So if ever you start a republic of your own, you will have no novelists allowed to become citizens?"
"Like Plato and the poets. Didn't he propose to shut all poets out of his republic?"
"I believe he did,"
said Conrad modestly. He was a little alarmed at the contiguity of a young lady who knew anything about Plato, but it was open to him to hope that she had read the philosopher only in her brother's cribs.
"Then I should certainly do the same with novelists," she said, smiling. "At least until I had taught them how to write about life."
The dinner came to an end, and the young lady began gathering up her handkerchief, her fan, and her gloves. They exchanged bows. Jim walked behind them out of the dining-room, and presently they all found themselves in the lift together. "Will you come into our sitting-room and have a cup of coffee with us?" the elder lady graciously asked. "I should like to talk to you about our friends the Draymonts. Indeed, they are relations of mine, or at least of my husband's, and I have not seen them for some time. We have not been in London very lately." Jim was only too delighted to accept the friendly invitation. He had not known very well what to do with his evening, and it would probably have ended in his going up to his bedroom and smoking a cigar or two, and reading languidly a yellow-coloured novel, perhaps by Paul Bourget, or for a lighter mood Richard O. Monroy, and having his attention always distracted by a mental recurrence to the particular riddle of life which was occupying his mind just now. It was very pleasant for him to go and have a talk with these two women. He had told them his name, and they told him their names. They were Mrs. Morefield and her daughter Gertrude. Mrs. Morefield had often heard of Conrad through her husband's relatives, about whom she spoke, and was even sure that she had in her earlier days known Conrad's mother. Conrad had vaguely heard of Mrs. Moorfield as a beneficent lady of large means, so that an acquaintanceship was already established, with a fair promise of its blossoming into a friendship. There could be nothing very dangerous in a friendship where the young lady concerned had set her soul against love. Conrad, however, was not thinking of all that. He was only thinking that the two women were very agreeable, and that he was spending a very pleasant evening, thanks to them. They had a very pretty sitting-room, which they had already pulled about and redecorated to please themselves, and which, they told him, they purposed still further to pull about and redecorate next day, until they had ejected from it every appearance of a commonplace hotel-room, and made it like a home that they could love.
"Are you staying here long?"
Conrad naturally asked.
"Our stay is uncertain,"
Mrs. Moorfield answered, in a half-melancholy tone.
"We are going to take charge of a friend." "An invalid?" the young man asked sympathetically.
"Oh, no, not in the common sense of the word. A friend who has been suffering a good deal of late." Miss Gertrude suddenly interposed.
"Dear mamma, Mr. Conrad won't care to hear anything about family stories."
"My dear, this isn't a family story."
"Well, it's a sort of a family story, and I am sure he would not care to hear it."
Conrad felt a little abashed, snubbed somehow. He could not tell why. What was the reason why he should be supposed to be cut off from all sympathetic interest in the lives and sufferings of his fellow creatures?
"Why shouldn't I be interested in this story, Miss Moorfield?"
he asked courageously.
"Well, I don't want you to be interested in it."
"Why not?"
"Because you said you are going to write novels, and I don't want any true story that concerns any of my friends to be put into any novel."
Conrad smiled. It amused him to think how every woman fancies that some commonplace tale of suffering she has heard of or known of would enchant the reading public if moulded into a novel.
"I see you have a good many photographs here,"
he said, for the sake of turning the conversation.
"You are fond of photographs?" "Photographs of my friends? Yes, if they are good likenesses. I only care for what is true in life."
"But you are fond of art."
"Oh, no, I hate it. Art, the thing they call art, is all falsehood. It only serves to turn the minds of men and women away from the true ends of life."
"Yes? And what are the true ends of life?"
"Helping one another, nothing more. Helping one another to be brave and true and helpful to others, and so to be happy."
"Come," thought Conrad, "this is indeed a terrible little woman." "May I look at some of the photographs?" he asked. "Oh, yes, of course," the mother said. Miss Gertrude said nothing. She made no objection. "Now that is a beautiful photograph," Jim said, studying one that was standing in a pretty little frame of its own on a small table.
"It is generally considered so,"
Gertrude said coldly.
"I brought it down by mistake. I don't generally keep it here. I keep it in my own room." It was the face of a young woman, apparently about the age of Gertrude herself. It was a beautiful and melancholy face. It was a rather long face, with deep, appealing eyes under long lashes, and a mouth which seemed to quiver with sensibility. Conrad felt certain that the original of the portrait had a pale face and delicate skin. "I shall bring down some other photographs,"
the girl said, and she hurried away, taking that one particular photograph with her. "My daughter has odd views of life," Mrs. Moorfield said, with a half-melancholy smile. "She has taken up with many of the new ideas about what woman ought to be and to do, and about the degradation of her being a mere satellite or planet of man." "Oh, she will get over all that, Mrs. Moorfield," Conrad cheerily hastened to say.
"She is far too pretty and attractive a girl to be allowed to hold such views of life for very long, you may be sure. Please don't say anything like that to her if you don't want to offend her mortally." "Which I don't." "Very well. Then don't say anything like that to her. It makes her angry to have it suggested that woman's business in life is falling in love and being married. To tell you the truth, she has been rather encouraged in her ideas by the story of a young friend of hers, her friend from schoolgirl days, who was very romantic and chose to fancy herself in love, and was disappointed. The story was not a common story, but, well, of course it would not interest you. I suppose nothing is very uncommon in life. We have come to Paris to meet her. Hush, please." For the daughter had come into the room again. Conrad learned from the conversation they had that the health of the elder lady was very poor, and that she could never stand a London winter, so they lived abroad here and there for the greater part of their lives. They wintered on the Riviera, they wintered in Sicily, they wintered in Egypt. They were going, they thought, this season to pass the winter in Algiers. Mrs. Morefield gave a significant glance at Conrad as she told him this, and he felt quite satisfied that they were going out to Algiers to accompany or to meet the love-lorn young damsel of whom she had spoken to him. Yes, they never passed a winter in London or anywhere in England. "I think you are very happy to be out of England in the winter," Conrad exclaimed.
"It's a dreary life for Gertrude," Mrs. Morefield said.
"Mamma!"
the girl exclaimed, with a ring of anger in her voice. "Well, I know you would not admit it, dearest, but it is hard for a young woman to be out of all the society to which she naturally belongs, and to be for the greater part of her life a stranger to her own country."
"But, dear Mamma, you know I don't believe in any of that nonsense about one's country. Men and women are brothers and sisters all the world over, and why should it matter where they were born? An Algerian is just as much to me as an inhabitant of Belgravia or Bloomsbury or anywhere else you like. The question of nationality is an antiquated heresy."
"When you form your republic, you will shut that out too," Conrad said with a smile.
"Absolutely,"
she answered with resolute eyebrows. Conrad kept wondering in his own mind how much of this principle of hers was founded on a determination not to let her mother know that it was any trouble to her to live in almost perpetual expatriation. He had formed his opinion of the pair of women already. Jim Conrad sat in the balcony of the courtyard of the Grand Hotel that night, smoking a cigar. He was naturally in a somewhat pensive mood. His treasure trove in the Bois de Boulogne had, however, to some extent distracted his thoughts from the painful memory of his false true love. He was vacuously watching the carriages roll in which brought the visitors from railway stations, and from the few theatres which were already beginning to open their eyes one after another, like hibernating animals, only that the sleep was through summer and not through winter. A little voiture rattled up, and a tall, youngish-looking man leaped out. Conrad saw at the first glance that he was an Englishman. He paid for his carriage, if we may put it so, in fluent French, with a strong English accent. Then he ran rapidly up the steps, and took a chair near to Conrad in front of the flower-pots, and looking down on the courtyard. He drew out a cigar-case, took a cigar, and fumbled in his pockets for a matchbox. Conrad produced his matchbox and handed it to him. An acquaintanceship at once sprang up. The newcomer wore a light tweed overcoat with a cape. He threw back the coat on settling down, and showed a dress suit, London evening pattern, underneath. He had on his head a grey tweed fore and aft cap. He did not, to Conrad's critical eye, look quite a gentleman, but he certainly seemed to be a man accustomed to the ways of gentlemen. His style appeared just a little pushing, but he was quite self-possessed.
"Travelled a good deal, I should say,"
Conrad thought. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Riddle Ring by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Mr. Albert Edward Waley. Conrad had, without the least excuse for any such conviction, made up his mind of late that a great career was to open for him in fiction. The adventure of the dropped ring, if we do not vulgarize his experience by naming it in the same words as those which describe the once familiar dodge of the London streets, had impressed him with the idea that he had a destiny in that way. So he was always looking out for the materials of a possible story. It was, of course, to be a good deal about himself, and he had some thought when he first came to Paris of showing up his false true love in a way that she, and she only, would understand, and so driving her on to a late repentance. But the finding of the ring had taken away his attention somewhat from that purpose of mere revenge. So he was looking just now rather to the outer world for his materials, and when he saw the newcomer get out of the carriage in the courtyard, it suddenly occurred to him that something might possibly be done with that newcomer. He was a little put out by the manner in which the newcomer acknowledged the courtesy of the proffered matchbox.
"Thanks, old chap,"
was the form of acknowledgment.
"I see you're a Briton like myself."
Now, it is an extraordinary, and indeed an altogether inexplicable fact, that the most patriotic Englishman never cares to be set down in Paris as obviously and unmistakably English. So Jim Conrad only answered coldly,
"Yes, I am an Englishman."
He did not ask himself why, as he had already condemned the other man to be English, the other man should not in his turn condemn him to be English.
"Couldn't do better, could you?" "Certainly not,"
Jim said, his native pride returning.
"Been long in Paris, sir?" "A few days only,"
Jim replied. He was not much in a humour to be talked to about nothing, and he did not now particularly like the ways of the newcomer. There seemed no promise in them now.
"Been here before, no doubt?"
"Oh, yes, several times. Was partly brought up here."
"So was I. Lord bless me, what a raw lad I was when I first came to Paris."
"Well, we most of us begin Paris pretty early," Conrad said. He was rather softening. There was something good-natured and cheery in the sound of the man's voice.
"So we do, so we do. And the Americans too, don't they? I have often said to myself, what would Paris do only for the English and the Americans?" "I have sometimes thought," Jim said, "that Paris would do a great deal better if the English and the Americans never came near her." "No, you don't mean that?" "Ah, yes, I see now. Raising the prices and all that, and encouraging all sorts of swindles and dodges. Well, I dare say there is something in that, now that you call my attention to it."
As a matter of fact, Jim had not called his attention to it, but he was willing to admit that his new acquaintance had interpreted his meaning fairly well.
"Yes," he conceded, "I think that between us, the English and the Americans, we have done a good deal to spoil Paris." "Lord bless us, you're quite right. Why, I am old enough to remember the court of the Second Empire, although you mightn't think it to look at me. And poor Louis Napoleon, and De Mornay, and all the lot of them. Gad, sir, the English and the Americans were all over the place, and I was very young then, but I was in the swim of things, I tell you, and a jolly good time I had of it, too." "I should not have thought you were old enough to remember all that. I mean, to have been in the swim of it, as you say," Conrad observed, looking with some interest at the man's youthful face, clean-shaven but for a small moustache.
Ha! Bless you, yes. I'm in my 45th year, though nobody would take me to be so old. And I began life so early that I sometimes feel as if I must be 75 or 95. But what's the odds, so long as a man has a good time of it, eh? So I say, at all events.
Well, it's a cheerful philosophy,
Conrad observed, as his new friend was evidently expecting him to say something.
Philosophy? Lord bless you. Nothing of the kind. Not much philosophy about me. It's my way, that's all, and I can't help it. I tell you, I've had a jolly lot of troubles in my time, and I'm in trouble now, at this very moment.
Sorry to hear it, Conrad said. You don't seem much cast down.
Well, where's the good of letting on? But I don't mind telling you, as you are a countryman of mine, and the first Englishman I have spoken to in Paris this time, and I like the looks of you, that I am in trouble. Fact is, I have lost my pal, best friend I ever had.
Dead?
Conrad asked sympathetically.
No, not so bad as that, I hope. In fact, he would be rather a difficult fellow to kill off. He's so well up to everything. But I don't know what has become of him, and I want to find him. And I've been about all sorts of places trying to make out something about him, and I can't make out any mortal thing so far.
You have been trying in Paris?
In Paris? Oh, no, Lord bless you. He ain't here now, I'm sure of that much. No, I've been trying to trace him through New York and San Francisco and New Orleans and Sydney and, oh, well, such lots of places. I've been almost round the world hunting for him, and everywhere I go I meet people who know him, but no one who knows where he is. None. Where is he? Every chap asks me, and I can only say, it's no use asking me. I came here to ask you, and if you don't know, I don't know.
Strange, isn't it?
Conrad asked, not, however, feeling any very deep interest in the inquiry.
Strange? Well, I should think it was. To me, anyhow. I don't seem to be able to get on without him. I don't seem to be myself without him. I miss him more and more every day.
You were great friends?
Friends? Lord bless you, yes, we were that. And yet it was only because he was such a good sort of a chap that we were friends. What was I? Only the gamekeeper's son, and he was one of the family who owned the estate. But they sent me to school with him and to college with him. He learned everything that came in his way, and I learned just nothing at all, or so little that when I forgot all about it, it didn't seem to make much difference in my stock of education. But I could do a lot of things that he could do, only he did every blessed thing much better, or better anyhow, than I could do it. Riding and shooting and skating and yachting and cricket playing and card playing and billiards and starting speculations and, oh, well, all sorts of things. We could do pretty well anything, only he could do most things better than I. And such a good-looking fellow, too. The pretty girls ran after him, I can tell you.
He must have been a wonderful man,
Conrad said, smiling to himself at the enthusiasm of his new companion. There seemed something sincere, too, in the enthusiasm, which touched him in an odd sort of way. He began to wish that he could find himself admiring any human being quite as much as that.
He was all that,
said the admirer decisively.
Well, I hope you will soon find your friend,
Conrad said, and he threw some real sympathy into the tone of his voice.
Oh, yes, I'm safe to find him somehow or other. Only what puzzles me is why he doesn't let me know.
That was a puzzle out of which Conrad could not possibly extricate him, so he rose to say good night.
We shall meet again, I hope,
the stranger said.
I hope so,
Conrad answered, more or less sincerely.
Staying long in Paris?
I don't quite know. It depends on things.
So does my stay. I have a heap of things on hand. I'm thinking of going to London for a bit. You are staying in this hotel while you do stay, I suppose?
Yes, I am thinking of going back to London, too.
Back to London? Then, of course, you live in London.
Yes, I live in London.
Have you ever noticed, the newcomer asked, how every foreigner, everybody not English, I mean, if he hears of an Englishman, at once takes it for granted that he must live in London. Why should an Englishman live in London if he doesn't want to? They don't seem to understand much about our county families, do they?'
Conrad was rather amused at the idea.
"I must say," he admitted, "that I have noticed that very often." "Noticed it? Why, sir, I have found it everywhere all over the globe. You say to a man in Florida, in Melbourne, in Tokyo, in Brisbane, in Madras, in Cape Town, anywhere you like, 'I have come from England,' and at once he says, 'Oh, yes, you live in London.' Why should I live in London? I ask you to tell me that."
He was growing quite excited in his resentment at the idea of being set down as inevitably a Londoner.
"You come from Manchester, perhaps, or Liverpool?"
Conrad insinuated, well knowing with what scorn both these great northern cities looked down upon the metropolis of England.
"Manchester? Liverpool? No, sir, not I. I come from the ancient soil of England, from the yeomanry of England. I am not ashamed of it, I can tell you. I am proud of it."
"Quite right," Jim said soothingly, and not altogether without sympathy.
"As a matter of fact, I am not a Londoner. I have been living in London lately, but I come from one of the counties." "I am very glad to hear it. May I ask your name?"
Conrad pulled out a card-case and handed him a card. It bore the name of James Pierpont Conrad, 27 Clarges Street, Piccadilly, and Voyagers' Club, St. James's Square, London.
"Voyagers' Club? Yes, I have been there a good many times," the stranger said. "My old pal is a member of that club. Conrad, eh?"
Conrad, yes.
"One of the Conrads of Northumberland?"
Yes, a very humble member of that large family.
"A good North Country man like myself. I think I must have known it from the first. Well, look here, let's dine together. You are not going off tomorrow?"
No, not tomorrow, I think.
"Then dine with me. I'll take you to some first-rate place. Not that you mayn't know your way about Paris as well as I do, but then, good Lord, you are so awfully young. I learnt the art of dining in Paris under De Mornay and Persigny and the lot. There's my card."
Conrad took the card and read it by the light of one of the electric lamps close to him. It bore the name of Albert Edward Waley, Manhattan Club, New York, and English Club, Constantinople.
"I come from Northumberland, too," Mr. Waley said. "Do you know how I got my first names? My people called me Albert Edward after the Prince of Wales. See the reason why?"
Well, I suppose loyal feeling.
"Loyal feeling, yes, to be sure, but there was more than that."
Oh, there was more than that?
"Yes, to be sure. Our name was Waley, and they thought I might as well have the loyal advantage of it. Waley is very like Wales, don't you see?"
Yes, certainly,
Conrad answered, considerably amused.
I think you are quite entitled to all the honour that may come from the resemblance of the two words.
"Well, my people thought it anyhow, and as I was not consulted on the matter at the time, I can't be fairly accused of trying to bring myself any nearer to royalty than my humble state allows me to do. But never mind about all that. Will you come and dine with me tomorrow?"
"Yes, with pleasure,"
Jim said. He began to be interested in Mr. Waley, and indeed to like him. After the fashion of the would-be literary man, he satisfied his own soul by telling himself that he might make some copy out of his new acquaintance, Mr. Waley.
"That's all right," Mr. Waley said cheerily. "That's all right. You see, we are both from the North Country. I'll let you know the time and place tomorrow, and we'll have a good dinner, I tell you. Are you going into the billiard-room? No? Well, I am fond of a little game of billiards, and I'm not a bad hand at it. Mind you, I would not let you try a game with me if anything heavy was on."
"Oh, I can play fairly well,"
Conrad said, rather annoyed.
"Yes, of course, I know, that sort of thing. You young fellows care more about poetry, I suppose, than about games of billiards. I don't myself. Grown too old, I fancy. Lost the hang of the poetic business, I dare say. Well, you won't come?"
"Thanks. Not tonight,"
Conrad answered. Then the two new acquaintances separated. Mr. Waley went to the billiard-room, and Conrad went to his bedroom, and stepped out on his balcony, and looked at the moon, and thought over all manner of poetic or half-poetic things, and, among the rest, of his false true love, and of the mysterious ring. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Riddle Ring by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Mr. Waley's Chief. Jim Conrad dined with his new friend at the appointed time and place. The place was one of the very best restaurants in Paris. The dinner, of course, was excellent. Conrad congratulated Mr. Waley on the success of the meats and the wines.
"Yes, it is good," Mr. Waley said sententiously. "Almost as good as you could once get at Delmonico's in New York."
"That's about the best?" Conrad inquired.
"Was the very best,"
Mr. Waley said with authority.
"Been knocking about the world a good deal, and I ought to know."
Jim had not been knocking about the world very much, and had no claim to anything like universal knowledge, so he let the assertion go undisputed, having indeed no reason whatever to dispute it. He found his new companion odd, fresh, intelligent, and entertaining. They were now smoking over their coffee.
"Glad to see you smoke cigars and not cigarettes,"
Waley observed.
"That's what a North Country man ought to do. I don't like cigarette smoking. I think it's simply trifling with a serious business."
"Good enough for women, you think, no doubt?"
"Quite so, yes. Just good enough for women. I don't think much of the women. They are generally in the way, don't you find?"
"They are sometimes sadly in the way,"
said poor Jim, thinking of his own bitter experience, and perhaps inclined to be a little confidential under the influence of the wines and the cigars and the soft evening air.
"They are always in the way,"
Mr. Waley declared emphatically. To give further emphasis to his declaration, he smote his hand somewhat heavily on the table, with the manner of a man who drives a nail into the coffin of an opponent's argument.
"I hope you don't speak from experience,"
Conrad mildly said.
"By Jove, yes, I do. In my own person and that of my pal. He made an awful mistake, and so did I. But he began it. I only followed suit with him, as I did with everything he did."
"What did he do?"
"What did he do? What didn't he do? Why, he'd just got married."
"Well, but such a lot of men do that."
"Yes, a lot of men. A lot of the sort of men that you might pick up here and there out of the gutter. But not such men as my pal. By Jove, he did knock himself out of time when he got married."
"How was that? But pray do forgive me if I am asking unreasonable questions. I really am not curious about other people's affairs."
"Oh, no, you're not a bit unreasonable. You see, I began telling you the story, and it's only natural that you should like to hear a little more about it. Well, he married, I am told, an awfully nice girl. I never set eyes on her. But, Lord bless you, he could marry any girl he liked. Well, for a while she just spoiled him."
"Spoiled him? How was that?"
"She was very handsome and clever, he told me, and do you know, he actually fell dead in love with her."
"But I was under the impression that men generally fell dead in love with girls before they married them."
"Oh, God bless your heart, nothing of the kind. Nowadays men generally marry for money, don't you think? But this girl hadn't any money to speak of, and so, you see, it was absurd of him to think of marrying her. But he fell in love with her, and he kept on loving her after they were married, and that was how she spoiled him."
"Still, I don't see how that spoiled him."
"Well, she set herself to elevate his moral tone and all that, and she drew him away from some of his habits, what she called his bad habits, stuff and nonsense, He was making a lot of money at billiards, and at Monte Carlo, and at Epsom, and in the City, too. He had the head of a Rothschild for speculation and finance. He could start a company out of a patent for the renovation of old buttons if he took it into his head. And, by Jove, she succeeded for a while in convincing him that he mustn't do anything of the kind, and that he must go in for what she called an honourable way of living. Honourable way of living! As if a man is not entitled to live by his cleverness. I was sorry for it all. I knew it wouldn't last. I knew it couldn't last. And, of course, it didn't last.
"No, I suppose not," Conrad said. His attention was now beginning to wander somewhat. If you have never known or even seen a particular man, it is rather hard to take an interest in his moral or immoral development.
No, of course not. He soon began to grow tired of it all, and he used to tell me about it. But in the meantime, don't you see, I had followed the bad example myself. I went and got married.
Oh, you did? And was it a bad example?
Why, yes, of course it was. I hadn't any heart in the business. But I didn't seem as if I could get on without my old pal. He was my chief, though, and not my pal, and I felt awfully lonely. And there was a widow woman who I thought rather liked me, and she had a good little pot of money at her disposal, and in sheer despair I asked her to marry me.
And she consented?
Yes, she consented, but she didn't let me get hold of much of the money. And after a while she got not to like my ways, don't you know. Said I wasn't made for ladies' society. Only fancy, as if lots of pretty girls hadn't liked me well enough. And in fact we couldn't hit it off at all, and so we agreed to differ. I mean, we agreed to part.
You separated?
Yes, of course we separated. What was the good of it to me? I used to have 10 times more trouble in extracting a fiver out of her than I should have in winning 10 times the money at Epsom, or anywhere else you like to name. And she said that I made love to the maids, which was utter nonsense, for she took jolly good care to have them ugly enough to frighten Don Juan into good behaviour. So we separated. Well, absence makes the heart grow fonder, isn't it said in some song? I can't say that I feel it quite in that way. The longer we're separated, the less I want to be back with her again. I dare say it's very wrong of me, but don't you see, I can't help it. And what a man can't help I don't think ought to be set down to his own fault. Don't you agree with me in that?
Well, I am afraid it is rather a serious question for moralists, and I am not quite sure that I should be able to grapple with it.
One can't grapple with all these things, Mr. Waley said contentedly. One has only to do the best he can.
For himself or for others?
Conrad asked with a tone of sweet innocence.
Oh, for himself, of course. One is only put into the world to take care of himself. I am not sent into the world to take care of you, now am I? Come, I put it to yourself.
No, of course, I quite admit that, Conrad answered with a smile. But you seem to think a great deal about your friend.
Yes, but he is my friend and my pal and my chief. He is all the same as a piece of myself, Twiggy-Voo, as the song says in one of the halls in London. That's quite a different thing, quite another pair of shoes, if I may use such a vulgar expression.
Yes, I quite see that, Conrad said. But your friend, how did his marriage go off?
Just about as badly as my own. I don't know anything for dead certainty, because he was a sort of chap that wouldn't always tell you everything. There was no betting on him sometimes, don't you see? But I rather understood from him that the girl couldn't stand any more of him. Between ourselves, I was not altogether surprised. You see, it's not all women, or even all sorts of women, who can understand and settle down to the goings-on of a man like him. Perhaps she didn't quite like the ways in which he made his money. Women are so queer about some things. Perhaps she may have thought that he was a little too fond of being admired by handsome women, even after his marriage. You see, some girls don't ever understand what men are like. Men like my pal, I mean. And they can't make allowance. Men are men, you know, and women are women. Don't you agree with me in that?
Oh, yes, I quite agree with you in that,
Conrad replied with a very becoming gravity.
Thought you would. Well, anyhow, he's gone.
Gone?
Yes, gone, and without letting me know a word. That's the trouble of it. I don't know where to get hold of him. I have been to see a man today who knew him, a man here in Paris. He was mixed up with him in some affairs. But of course he doesn't know anything about him now. How could he, if I don't?
What sort of a man?
Conrad asked, by way of showing that he kept up an interest in the whole question, as Mr. Waley seemed to expect, rather than out of any motive of direct personal curiosity.
Well, he isn't a man you could make much account of by his position in life, or his occupation, or his personal appearance. But he is a man who is up to some things, too. Tell you what he is just a haircutter's assistant in the English and American hair-cutting shop. You know, there in the Rue de la Paix. Just you go there and get your hair cut by him and draw him out if you can. He can tell you a lot of things about everybody, if he will only talk. Just mention my name if you like. But the trouble is to get him to talk.
Wonderful man,
Conrad exclaimed.
A hair-cutter who will not talk. I never before heard of the like.
Mr. Waley stopped and considered.
I don't know,
he said in a depressed tone of voice.
I knew a woman who could remain absolutely silent for 2 whole days running and not even answer a question when she wanted to annoy her husband.
Yes, but that is a different case,
Conrad replied.
Different in a manner, yes, but what a woman can do for a purpose, why shouldn't a hairdresser do with no purpose at all?
The question is unanswerable,
Conrad willingly conceded. After a while the coffee and the cigars and the talk came to a natural end. Mr. Waley invited Conrad to go with him to some entertainments, with which he proposed to wind up, or rather perhaps to begin, the business of the evening. Conrad, however, refused to share in any further festivities for that night. He was not in the humour for entertainments. He went home to the Grand Hotel and sat in the courtyard and smoked. He had become curiously interested in Mr. Waley. The man puzzled him, the man with apparently the many pursuits both in business and pleasure, and the one devotion. Clearly Mr. Waley's devotion to his pal, as he usually called him, his chief, as he preferred in more thoughtful moments to call him, was as that of the spaniel to his master. Yet there did not seem much of the spaniel's nature about Mr. Waley. He appeared to Conrad to have all the temperament of the fearless and conscienceless adventurer. Conrad sized him up, to use Mr. Waley's adopted American phrase, as the sort of man who, if born some centuries before, would have been a daring chief of freelances, or a privateer in the interest first of himself and next of Elizabeth's England. He might perhaps have made a name for himself in history, Conrad thought, and now where would his temperament and his destiny conduct him? He had evidently not much scruple as to the particular rights or wrongs of a purpose or a policy, and his only conscience, so far as Jim had any opportunity of observing, had shrunk into his absolute devotion to his friend. What could the friend be like? Was he the sort of commanding figure that the fancy of his adoring follower painted him? Or was the adoring follower simply a victim of the delusion common to most adorers? Anyhow, the question had some interest for Conrad, and took him, for the moment, out of himself. He wondered if he should ever meet the object of so much adoration, and what he should think of him if he did meet him, and whether there could really be any man who had not forced his way into history, and who yet could have deserved the kind of all-encompassing homage which Waley bestowed upon his idol. For nothing said by Waley had suggested that his chief was a famous person, the mere mention of whose name would carry with it universal applause. One man in Paris, at all events, knew something about him besides Mr. Waley, the English assistant in the hairdresser's shop. Jim made up his mind that he would very soon get his hair cut, and endeavour to rouse the silent Briton into talk. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Riddle Ring by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Clelia Vine. Conrad put off his return to London. He did not perhaps quite know why. Possibly the principal reason was that the Moorfields interested him, and he was, all unconsciously, anxious to be interested in something as well as his ill-gifted ring. They did not, however, appear at the table d'hôte any more. They had evidently arranged their sitting-room to their satisfaction, and they preferred to dine in their own apartment. He missed them, and was almost sorry he had not kept to his original purpose and left for London. But he received a civil little note asking him to have luncheon with them the next day, and to dine with them and some English friends on the day but one after. Then he changed his mind, and was glad he had not gone back to London. Gertrude Moorfield interested and amused him. She did not seem a lovable creature, he thought. Lovable, that is, in the young man's sense. And in any case, of course, he said to himself, he could never care for any woman again. But he was amused and piqued by her absurd little theories about life, and he admired her devotion to her mother. The devotion had to be divined. It was not made manifest in any patent way. The girl seemed to have few opinions in common with her mother. She sometimes even spoke to her mother in a tone that was at least half snubbing. She did not seem to Jim to be altogether a good-tempered girl, but she was evidently devoted to her mother, and was willing to pass the greater part of her life in foreign health resorts because she thought it might do her mother good. Of course, Jim knew very well that there were numbers of English girls who would do just the same thing for the same purpose, but he was not quite certain whether there were so many good English girls who would do quite the same thing without trying to make some little capital out of it in the way of a reputation for self-sacrifice. On the day after the luncheon party, Conrad took the two women to see some picture galleries and other sights. He was amused with the comments of Gertrude on some of the pictures. She found the same fault with them, for the most part, that she found with fiction.
"Where is truth?"
she asked with asperity as they stood before a famous picture in the Luxembourg.
"There are no women with such perfect figures as that,"
she proclaimed dogmatically and almost angrily.
No,
Conrad asked gently.
but even so, is not that only another reason for giving us a glimpse of the ideal?
"Give me the truth,"
she said inexorably.
Is ugliness truth?
"I don't care. If it is, give it to us, and let us know from the first what we have to put up with."
Then do you think we are all ugly?
"Oh, yes, most of us."
"Gertrude, my love," her mother gently interjected.
No, pray, Mrs. Moorfield, let us have this out. Am I ugly?
"Well, I think all men are more or less ugly, but then ugliness does not matter in a man."
I certainly don't think you are ugly, but I don't mean to enlarge on that particular illustration."
"No, don't,"
she said with puckered eyebrows, and looking, Conrad thought, amazingly and cruelly pretty.
But don't you think any woman beautiful?
Oh, yes. Her face, perhaps, or her eyes, or her figure. But there isn't any perfection, and the painters and the sculptors have no right to try to take us in.
I see. So when you form your republic, the painters and sculptors will be kept out of it, along with the novelists and the poets and the patriots.
Yes, certainly, unless they learn to paint and chisel on the right principles.
Quite so. And the right principles, what are they?
My principles, of course,
the young lady said composedly.
Nothing could be settled better,
Conrad replied with humorous deference. She appeared to him to be perfectly serious. He was greatly amused and not ill-pleased when Gertrude, on their parting for the day, gave him a very friendly pressure of the hand, and told him that when he found the hotel at all dull, she and her mother would be glad if he would pay them a visit at their rooms in the evening. He found the hotel very dull, and he paid them a visit in their rooms. Then the evening came for the dinner-party. He, poor youth, not yet recovered from a hopeless disappointment which was to blight his whole life, dressed himself nevertheless with exceeding care. He was amazingly particular about his shirt-front, his necktie, his silk socks, his shoes, and all the rest of his gear. Man's broken heart not uncommonly prefers to be covered by a very white, smooth, and stiff shirt-front. Yet it is certain that Conrad did not recognize in himself the faintest suggestion of any sentimental feeling towards Miss Morefield. But he was lonely, and she was pretty, and very peculiar and interesting, and she was a young woman, and he was a young man, and she had made Paris become suddenly interesting to him who had no longer any interest in anything. Nothing could be better arranged than the little dinner-party in Mrs. Morefield's rooms. The dining-room was small, but it was daintily fitted up, and looked, with its flowers and its fronds, like a dining-room in some graceful home, and not at all like a dining-room in a big hotel. The table was round, and brought the guests pleasantly together. In the drawing-room Jim had been presented to the lady he was to take in to dinner. She was a handsome and tall young Englishwoman — the company were all English, apparently — Lady Diana Congreve, the wife of the Honourable Henry Congreve, a handsome young soldier who was the younger son of the Earl of Wychfield. Lady Diana was undoubtedly younger than Jim, but by virtue of her being a married woman, even though but lately married, she gave herself airs, and in a moment impressed him with the conviction that she considered herself infinitely more aged and authoritative than he could possibly be. He was a little late in arriving. He had been on his usual pilgrimage to the Bois de Boulogne, and he had hardly time to see anyone except his hostess and her daughter and Lady Diana, and he conducted her from the drawing-room at the front of the floor to the dining-room at the back.
"Do you know the people here?"
she asked as she went along beside him.
I don't think so. At least I haven't had time to see anybody except you, and of course the Morefields.
"So, of the company generally, you have only seen me?"
"Yes, and I don't know that I want to see anybody else."
"Oh, come, that is very crude as a compliment. In my time boys were not allowed to pay compliments. Now, where are we, I wonder? My sight is short. I can't read the names on these cards."
"I can read them."
"You can read already? Precocious boy!"
Conrad had hardly seated himself at the dinner-table when, happening to glance all unconsciously down his right-hand side, he became aware of the photographed girl turned back into an original. Yes, that was the original of the photograph. About that there could be no mistake. She was dressed very quietly in a black silk evening gown, which set off the whiteness of her shoulders and her arms. But what Conrad noticed especially was the exquisite moulding of her pale face, and the brightness of her deep dark blue eyes. To him, just then, they looked under the lamplight almost black, that is, as far as eyes ever can be really black. Afterwards he came to know that they were only a very deep grey, backgrounded with blue. Something made the girl look up and look in his direction, and their eyes met for a moment.
"I should like to have that woman for a friend,"
Jim Conrad thought, with a sudden thrill at his heart. He pulled himself together and rattled away in talk with his dinner-table partner, but he did not always quite know what she was saying to him, or what he was saying to her. Still, they managed to get on somehow, and he could flatter himself that he had contrived to occupy her attention fairly well, all things considered.
"Can you tell me who that girl is on the other side of the table?"
Lady Diana suddenly asked.
"There,"
and she nodded her chin.
"the pale girl in black, I mean."
"Yes, I think I know who she is, for I was shown a photograph of her. Mrs. Moorfield showed it to me the other day. She is a friend of the Moorfields. I don't know anything more about her than that. I don't know her name."
"Don't you think she is a very remarkable-looking girl?"
"Very. Indeed, I think she is very handsome."
"Handsome? Well, no, I would not say handsome, but remarkable, decidedly remarkable. She seems to me the sort of woman who must have a story behind her. Don't you think so?"
"Oh, yes, I certainly think so,"
Jim said abstractedly.
"Evidently you are not much taken with her. You discuss her in that casual sort of way. Now, if I were a man, I think I should be greatly taken with her."
"Indeed,"
Jim said, not knowing in the least what he was saying.
"I wonder why you should think so."
"Think what? Think that you are not taken with her, or that I should be if I were a man?"
"I beg your pardon,"
poor Jim said vaguely.
"I do believe you have not been listening to a single word I was saying. Now I withdraw all my former opinions, and I am coming fast to the conclusion that the girl in black has bewitched you."
"But I never saw her before, and I have never spoken to her."
"Well," Lady Diana said complacently, "if I know anything of young men, you will see her tonight in the drawing-room, and you will speak to her, and you will remember the night because of her. Well, look here, will you come to me after you have talked to her, and tell me what you think of her?"
"I dare say she is a very commonplace sort of woman."
Jim endeavoured to be very cool and indifferent.
"You don't think it a bit," said Lady Diana.
The English fashion of the dinner-table was not followed. The ladies and gentlemen had coffee together and cigarettes, for those who would smoke them. Lady Diana enjoyed a cigarette, and cared not who knew it.
"Hal and I smoke and drink together,"
she said, nodding at her handsome husband.
"But you can't join me with a cigar,"
Hal said.
"and you're not equal to a brandy and soda."
"If men may smoke, women may smoke,"
Gertrude asserted.
"Certainly," Mr. Congreve admitted, "and if men drink a whisky and seltzer, a woman has a right to drink too. I don't mean to drink also, I mean to drink 2 whiskies and 2 seltzers. Or perhaps 2 whiskies and 1 seltzer."
"You don't take woman seriously,"
Gertrude said sternly.
"He doesn't take me seriously,"
Lady Diana said with a smile.
"You don't take yourself seriously, dear." "Why should I? I can get more fun out of life by not taking anything seriously, even myself."
The girl whose photograph Jim had seen took no part in the general conversation. She talked in a low tone with Mrs. Morefield, and occasionally vouchsafed a remark to the man who had taken her in to dinner, whom Jim afterwards discovered to be a fashionable London physician who had obtained recent renown by the promulgation of the doctrine that all disease came from the use of salt, and could be cured by a liberal imbibing of hot water in which iron nails had been soaked. The company at last wandered off to the drawing-room. There Conrad promptly forsook Lady Diana, although when she seated herself on a sofa she made a motion with her skirts as if to afford a space for him. He at once made for Miss Morefield.
"I have recognized the original of the photograph,"
he whispered. He had grown wonderfully confidential with her of late.
"Of course you have. Well, isn't she striking? Don't you think her very handsome?"
"Really, I do. And I know you are not the sort of girl who wants to hear her pretty friends disparaged."
"Oh, no, indeed. I want to hear my friends praised. But you must not call her pretty. I can't have that."
"No, she is much more than pretty. She is quite different from anything pretty. I can imagine people thinking her not beautiful, because she is too much out of the common pattern, the pattern of the commonplace handsome English women whom nature reels off by the dozen."
"You must not speak contemptuously of any women,"
Miss Morefield said, with puckering eyebrows.
"And it ought not to matter whether a woman is handsome or ugly."
"Oh, but it does, though," Jim fervently interjected.
"An ugly woman has her place in the scheme of the universe as well as a pretty one."
"I suppose so, but I don't work the scheme of the universe, and so the ugly women don't concern me."
"I am very glad you don't work the scheme of the universe, for you would certainly work it very badly, and after the fashion of a very silly young man. You must be awfully young."
"Older than you, anyhow."
"But a woman is always much older than a man in proportion to years, and it makes me feel that you are so ridiculously young when you talk as if there was nothing in the world to be thought of but a woman's pretty face. It makes me angry to hear men prate like that."
"But you yourself called my attention to the face of your friend, and you were angry when I carelessly spoke of it as pretty, because you did not think the word was half good enough."
"What has that got to do with the question? I say that she is handsome, and I want to have justice done to her. But I do not love her merely because she is handsome. Never mind, we won't argue about her, or about woman's beauty, and whether it ought to be the only thing thought of when we are making our estimates of woman's place in life. Don't you want to be introduced to my friend, Miss Vine, Clelia Vine?"
"Of course I do. What a pretty classical name, Clelia. I am most anxious to make her acquaintance."
"Acquaintance! I don't think she is a girl who cares much about multiplying acquaintances. If she does not soon take to you as a friend, she will contrive to let you know."
"And then," Conrad asked in affected dismay, "what shall I do?"
"Fall back on me,"
Miss Morefield promptly answered with a saucy, kindly smile.
"Ah, then I am all right, happen what will,"
Conrad said, and the good-humoured little lady brought him up and presented him to her friend. Some man was talking to Miss Vine, but he politely gave way when Conrad was brought up by the daughter of the hostess, and Jim settled himself down in the chair beside the girl with the deep, dark eyes. She gave him a sweet and gracious welcome, frank, unconcerned, almost commonplace in its frankness. Jim had expected something more in the style of the tragic muse.
"I am very glad to meet you, Mr. Conrad. I have heard a great deal about you to-day from Mrs. Morefield and from Gertrude. Gertrude Morefield is my dearest friend."
"Yes, and I have heard about you, and I have studied your photograph, and I recognized you the moment I saw you at the dinner table."
"The photograph is a very good likeness,"
the girl quietly said. "It was done specially for Gertrude. I am very fond of her, although we don't always quite agree in our views of things."
"What are your views of things?"
"Oh, well, perhaps it is there that the difference comes in. I can't say that I have any particular views of things, and she has, and she thinks that all women ought to have. I haven't read as much as she has, and I don't know enough to form any opinions worth the forming, and I'm afraid she thinks me a little egotistical."
"Egotistical? That certainly was not the opinion of you which she expressed to me."
"Oh, no, I dare say not. I know she thinks very highly of me, and she certainly would not give me away to a stranger, and indeed all her geese are swans, as I have often told her. But just because she likes me, she thinks I ought to take a deeper interest in human affairs."
"She is an enthusiast about human affairs," Conrad said.
"She is, but it is curious. She is a downright enthusiast about her mother and her friends, and she can discuss the problems of life with the composure of an ancient philosopher. She puzzles me sometimes, but I love her always. I do hope she will be happy."
"Why should she not be? Some man will make her happy."
Miss Vine smiled. "I'm sure Gertrude would say, if she heard you, how like a man to say that."
"To say what?"
"To say that some man will make her happy."
"But surely a man is ordained, one might say, to make a woman happy."
"A man is ordained, perhaps, to make a woman unhappy." She spoke those words with a sudden expression of earnestness and of conviction. Then, as if she felt she had been showing too much of earnestness and conviction, she at once relapsed into her ordinary tone of voice. "You have not known Gertrude Moorfield long?"
"No, only met her and her mother quite lately. But we have some close friends in common. I like them very much, the mother and daughter."
"In my mind," she said, "their existence raises the average of humanity. I only hope that child will be happy."
"Well, she professes that she will be able to keep free from one of the great troubles of humanity."
"What is that?"
"Oh, come now, falling in love, of course."
"Has she been telling that to you?"
"Yes, as a matter of casual talk, not as any matter of confidence."
"What did she tell you?"
"She told me that she had never been in love."
"Oh, that," and the girl made an impatient movement with her shoulders.
"Yes, that. But she also said that she never meant to fall in love. Of course, I know that lots of girls say that."
"She isn't like lots of girls, and I am sure she meant it when she said it. But I know well that there is a loving heart under all that philosophic exterior, and I am afraid about her, and I want her to be very happy."
"And you think she can't be if she falls in love?"
"Oh, no, I did not say that. But she is a girl likely to be disappointed if she does not meet with the right man. You know that her mother is in very delicate health."
"Yes, I know that."
"She only keeps alive by going about to warm climates in the winter, and I don't think she knows how much danger she is in, but Gertrude knows it. One of her troubles is to keep in perpetually good spirits, so that her mother may not think that she is alarmed. Of course, if anything were to happen to her mother, and the right man had not come—" She stopped.
"Well, then?"
"Then I suppose Gertrude and I would give up civilization together, and start off in companionship for some wilderness."
"Come, I hope that won't happen."
"I think it would please me well. Not the death of my dear friend Mrs. Moorfield, Heaven forbid! But to go away from civilization with Gertrude, and live our own lives, and not think about the world any more. But I suppose it would not suit her." she added with a half-suppressed sigh.
"That is another reason why I wish he could find that right man and fall in love with him, or at least let him fall in love with her."
"I am sure such a life would not suit you in the least," Jim said earnestly.
"You do not know me. You know nothing about me."
"I hope to know you," he said gently. "I hope you will allow me to know you."
"Oh, yes, surely. Any friend of the Moorfields is already, by right of friendship, a friend of mine. You know I am staying with them, and shall be travelling with them. You will see me if you come to see them, and of course you will do that."
"Yes, of course I shall do that."
The company was evidently on the break-up. 1 or 2 guests had already gone. Jim felt a strong anxiety to get a touch of his new friend's hand before leaving. His proper course was doubtless to say good-night to his hostess first, and then to her daughter, and then to get out of the room with a general, all-round bow. But he felt that he could never get back to Miss Vine once he had taken farewell of the Moorfield women, and he was rendered desperate. He must touch her hand.
"Good night,"
he said, and he held out his hand. She put hers into it, but she gave him not the faintest pressure, simply laid her hand in his and allowed him to clasp it. It felt cold to his touch. He was sorry he had taken any pains to get at this parting salutation. Then he found his hostess.
"Don't go just yet," she said.
"You see, we are under the same roof. You are at home. Stay a little and talk to us." Jim delightedly stayed. The outer guests, if we may call them so, took their leave. Lady Diana asked Jim to come and see her in Biarritz, if he went that way in the season, and Jim promised that he certainly would call at her villa if he went that way, knowing full well that he had not the slightest intention of going that way.
"Now,"
said Miss Moorfield, when the outer world had departed,
"let us draw our chairs together and talk."
"What shall we talk about?"
Jim asked tentatively.
"Let us talk about life,"
Miss Moorfield promptly answered.
"But what is life?"
Jim asked, trying to throw himself into the spirit of Miss Moorfield's investigation.
"That's just what I want to find out,"
Miss Moorfield answered.
"I think I know enough about life,"
Mrs. Moorfield said with a smile.
"I think I am content with my experiences, and only ask that I may not have any worse. To me, life is resignation." "To me, life is hope,"
said Miss Moorfield.
"Doesn't somebody say," Miss Vine struck in, "that the one lesson of life is renunciation? Thou shalt renounce. It is Goethe, isn't it?"
"It is Goethe," Jim answered. "But we must not take it that way. We must not take it as his own view of things. He puts the sentiment into the mouth of his world-wearied Faust."
"The feeling has always appealed to me," she said.
"But surely at your time of life you cannot be unhappy?"
Jim said bluntly.
"I am living," she replied.
"Come, this talk is getting too gloomy," Mrs. Moorfield said. "We ought to have some ghost stories to enliven us." Conrad wished very much that the young lady who had made this cheerless answer was an outside guest as well as the others, but he wished this only because she would then have had to go away, and would have left him alone with the mother and daughter, and he could have asked them all about her and about her story, and why she seemed so depressed, and why her views of life were those of the world-wearied Faust before he started on his new tour of youth and emotion, and of experience to be drawn from every source and every age. But the girl was staying with the Moorfields in their rooms, and he had to go away without learning anything of her history.
You stay in Paris how long?" he asked of Mrs. Morefield as he was taking his leave.
"In Paris? How long, Gertrude? How long do we stay in Paris?" "Well, Mamma, until it is time for us to go somewhere else, where we shall still find something like summer." "We have to follow the sun, Mr. Conrad," Mrs. Morefield said, with a saddened smile.
"Happy you who can follow him," Conrad replied. "I have to go back to London for the winter, and we shan't get much sun there."
"I hate London," Miss Vine declared.
"Oh, come, you are an unpatriotic young Englishwoman," Mrs. Morefield protested.
"Mamma," Gertrude interposed, "you know what I think of the abominable heresy of patriotism. Why should not Clelia like France better than England, and Paris better than London, if she feels so inclined?"
"But I am afraid I hate Paris too," Clelia said in a low tone.
"Have you just come from London?" Conrad asked.
"Yes, she has just come from London," Mrs. Morefield answered for her. Miss Vine did not answer for herself. Conrad thought he saw a glance pass between the two girls.
"Is this your first day in Paris?" he asked, hardly knowing why he put such a question.
"My first day in Paris? Oh, no. I have spent years in Paris."
"No, I meant your first day in Paris this time."
"She came yesterday," Mrs. Morefield said, again answering for her. The young girl still made no answer for herself, and Jim fancied that he again saw a line of light flash from the eyes of one girl to the eyes of the other.
"May I call tomorrow?"
he asked of Mrs. Morefield.
"Not may, but must,"
Gertrude Morefield answered, with her winsome smile. Jim went to his room feeling less disconsolate than he had felt most times of late. The dark-eyed girl was a puzzle to him, and he thought of her much as he sat later on in the courtyard and smoked. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Riddle Ring by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Mr. Marmaduke Coffin. The days went, and Jim did not leave Paris. He began to feel as if he should never care to leave Paris, so long as the existing conditions endured. Yet his life was in a certain sense monotonous. He spent all his spare time with the Morefields, and consequently with Clelia Vine. Perhaps it would be putting it better to say that he spent with them all the time that they could spare to him. They were enjoying Paris until the weather should begin to get a little too cold for Mrs. Morefield, and while there was yet a chance of a fairly warm journey to whatever place they had settled to winter in. As yet they put off any definite plans on that subject. When the time came they could always settle quickly, Mrs. Morefield said. So they lingered, and Jim Conrad lingered too. He was greatly interested in Miss Vine's curious way of life. She was an English girl born and brought up on the Continent. Her father was an Englishman, but he had spent the greater part of his working lifetime as a physician for English and American patients along the shores of the Riviera in winter and spring, and while the summer heat kept foreign visitors away, he betook himself to attending English and American patients at inland baths in France, Roya and such like. His wife died young, he died comparatively young, and Mrs. Morefield, who had been a patient and a grateful patient of his, took charge for a while of his only child. Clelia was thoroughly English in ways and feelings, but she had only once been in England until she had grown up, and that was for a fortnight's holiday in London, which she enjoyed intensely. It was curiously interesting to Jim to talk with this English girl who had been so little in England, and who now, for some reason, hated London. He was always made welcome in the rooms of the Moorfields. He became their escort to all sorts of places. Gertrude leaned to practical science. Clelia decidedly cared and understood more about art. Mrs. Moorfield liked everything that anybody else liked, provided she cared for the anybody else. Jim began to feel warm and cheered and happy again. He was on the way to forget his fickle sweetheart, and he was on the way to forget the mystery of the ring. He had never spoken of the ring to the Moorfields or to Miss Vine. He felt that it was a secret confided by fate to him alone, and that he must not breathe it out to anyone else. He did not feel sure that Gertrude Moorfield would take much interest in it. He thought her the sort of girl who has more concern in promoting the happiness of the general than in sympathizing with the distresses of the individual. She would no doubt have thought the woman who threw away the ring a very feeble-minded and pitiable creature. Suppose her lover had proved unworthy of her, what then? Why should she lament? If she had proved unworthy of him, then indeed she might regret and repent and sorrow. But in any case, was there not the great heart of humanity throbbing and bleeding all around her? And how could she conscientiously find time to give herself serious trouble about some ridiculous lover who had proved himself as inconstant and as treacherous as men generally do under all conditions? We do not say this was the reasoning of Gertrude Moorfield, or that it would have been if she had known anything concerning the mystery of the ring. But this was the way in which Jim reasoned that she would reason if he were to try to interest her in the subject, and so he did not make any effort to interest her in it. So we thus reason about each other's reasoning every day in our lives. But Miss Vine! If he could have been tempted into telling his ring story to anyone, he would have been tempted into telling it to her. For hers seemed to him a nature simply overflowing with sympathy. Out of her eyes came such looks of expressive kindness. Every story of distress seemed at once to go straight to her heart. Still, Jim did not feel free somehow to tell that story. And in any case, he could only have told it to Clelia if he and she were alone, and he hardly ever saw her alone, except for a chance moment or two when there was not time for the beginning of any story-telling. The result of all this was that the question of the ring began to occupy less and less of Jim's attention. Now, when he woke at night, he thought of Clelia and not of the ring. Her coming had banished the ring from his thoughts. She was to him a far more interesting problem. There was a strange sort of maturity about her. She was a very young woman, 22 perhaps, certainly not more. She was actually a little younger than Gertrude Moorfield, so Mrs. Moorfield and Gertrude had told him. And yet there was a certain tone of command and a suggestion of experience about her. The more Jim Conrad saw of Miss Vine, the more he came to delight in her society. He went to the rooms of the Moorfields every day, and he began to put off indefinitely his return to London. For some reason which was not made plain to him, the Moorfields postponed their choice of a winter residence. The real reason, in all probability, was just that which they professed, that they wanted to have all the fine weather they could in Paris before starting off anywhere else. So Jim thought he might as well linger long enough to see them fairly off the premises. He was, for the moment, careless about his future. He was in the worst position in which a young man can be placed. He had just enough to live on, and not enough to prosper on. A greater incentive to idleness cannot be devised for the condition of an ordinary mortal. So he stayed, and he stayed. It became more and more clear to him that Miss Vine was offering him every inducement to stay. From her he received the most cordial welcome. Sometimes he almost fancied that Mrs. Morefield and Gertrude were a little cold to him. Sometimes Mrs. Morefield, with an air of motherly sympathy, asked him why he was wasting so much of his time in Paris. Sometimes Gertrude said she supposed they must soon make up their minds to lose him, but Miss Vine never said anything of the kind. She always urged him to come again tomorrow. Our poor youth began to be fairly bewildered. He might have told himself, if he were to judge from externals only, that Clelia was falling in love with him. But he was a modest young man, not wholly without experience, and somehow he could not think that. At all events he did not admit that to his mind. She seemed, he thought, all too frank and friendly, and yet there were moments when he caught her eye and might almost have been prevailed upon to think that there was a secret understanding between them, and that they stood apart from all the world. It began to be a curious position. Every day he was more and more drawn to Miss Vine. Every day she became more and more openly friendly with him. Every day she more and more urged him to remain in Paris, and every day Mrs. Morefield gently remonstrated with him for wasting so much of his time, and Gertrude told him frankly that she wondered how one could be a man and not have something more definite to do in the world. All the time he could not see that the Morefields were any the less friendly to him than they had been before. He could not doubt their friendship. Their faces, as Dr. Johnson said of the Thrales, were never turned to him but in kindness, and yet they must have seen that he was drawn more and more towards Clelia Vine.
What is, he asked himself, the mystery of Clelia Vine?
Once he ventured to ask Mrs. Morefield, when she and he happened to be alone, whether there was not a sad story behind Miss Vine. Mrs. Morefield answered hurriedly, "Yes, I believe there is. I have no doubt there is. But I don't know what it is, and I have not asked. My daughter knows, but she is an unimpeachable friend, and she would not tell anyone. I dare say she would tell me if I asked her, but I have never asked her, and you need not ask her, for she would never tell you."
"Oh, I should never think of asking her."
"No, it would be of no use. She has the most extreme and romantic notions of the obligations of friendship."
"Can anyone have two extreme notions about that?"
"No, I suppose not. I am sure not," Mrs. Morefield answered quietly. Apparently a little less of the extreme in life would have satisfied her. Perhaps her daughter was a little too intense for her. "One thing," she said, brightening up, "you may count upon. Nothing in Clelia Vine's story will tend to Clelia Vine's discredit."
"Oh, of course, I knew that,"
Jim exclaimed emphatically. "How did you know it?"
"Because I know her."
"But you don't know her very well."
"I have eyes, and I can see," he replied.
"Yes," she said in a subdued kind of tone, almost as with a suppressed sigh. "You have eyes, and you can see her. At all events, you are quite right in the conclusion you have come to. Gertrude adores Clelia, and whatever the story is, she knows the whole of it."
"And you have never asked her?"
"Never. Why should I? I have the most implicit trust in Gertrude, even in her judgment."
"But she is so young."
"She does not think that young women ought to be treated like children, and she is a great believer in friendship."
"Oh, yes, of course,"
Conrad said, somewhat dejectedly. He was not very fond, perhaps, of theories about life, and just then Miss Gertrude herself came into the room, and the story of Clelia Vine and the theories of woman's friendship to woman, and man's right to interfere, and the independence of daughters, and the reserved authority of mothers, were put aside for the time. Conrad left the Grand Hotel in the early afternoon, and sauntered listlessly, melancholy, slow, along the streets, not troubling himself to think much of whither he was going, puzzled a good deal about this new human interest which seemed to be growing strangely, inexplicably up in his heart. Suddenly he found himself in the Rue de la Paix, and all at once he remembered the talk of his acquaintance, Mr. Albert Edward Waley, and the recommendation to go and see the English hair-cutter in the English and American hair-cutting saloon. He had noticed the place often in passing along the street, but he had never entered it. He pulled up now in his walk, and thought that that would be a very good time to have his hair and beard touched up a bit. Neither hair nor beard much needed touching up. Jim was a tidy sort of man, and took good care to keep himself always well groomed, but still it was an opportunity, so he went in. It was an ordinary Paris hair-cutting room, large and well arranged. There were several assistants hanging about, not many of them occupied in active duties. It was a slack time of the afternoon. If it were not, Conrad would not have cared to go in. He only wanted, like poor King Lear, to discourse with his philosopher, and philosophic discourse on any expected subject would hardly have been compatible for him with a crowd of listeners. So he felt a sort of anticipatory sense of success or good luck when he saw that the chairs were many and the occupants few. "Monsieur?" one of the attendants asked, with courteously inquiring gesture, and all the appearance of a bland willingness to gratify every wish of the customer.
"I want someone who knows English well,"
Conrad answered, with the bluffest British air. Conrad spoke French very well indeed for an Englishman, but for the moment it suited him better to suppress his accomplishments in that way.
Pardon, monsieur, we all speak a little English here. We do attend all the English and the American gentlemen, and the American gentlemen, they do not always speak the French."
"But I want an Englishman to whom I can explain things,"
Conrad insisted. His little game rather interested him. He was a successful amateur actor, as has already been said.
"We have an Englishman here, monsieur, if monsieur only condescends to put himself to the pain of taking a chair for a few minutes. The Englishman will be at the service of monsieur almost at once."
So Conrad put himself to the pain of taking a chair, and he waited for the English hairdresser. Meanwhile he studied the room and its occupants to see if he could not find out his fellow countryman. Oh, yes, he knew him in a moment, and he knew him chiefly through his silence. There were a few hair-cutters and hairdressers working away at their patients, if we may so call them, and they were all chattering cheerily in French, or in English as she is spoken, all but one, and that man was absolutely silent. Jim devoted the few moments he had of interval to a study of the man's face and manner. He had the firm jaw of an Englishman, even, Jim would have said, of a North Country Englishman. Otherwise there was not much English-looking about him. He had a bald forehead, and the thin hair that arrayed itself about his ears was dark, almost to blackness. He had a heavy moustache, and a thick beard clipped square. He had long, heavy eyelids, which usually hid his eyes, just as a curtain might have done, but when the curtain was raised, the dark eyes flashed keenly enough. Conrad could see, and Conrad thought he detected in them now and then a sudden upward glance, such as a hunted animal might show if he were expecting a pursuer from this side or that. The man appeared to be well on in the 40s, was rather under the middle size, but very strongly and squarely built. Conrad was disposed to pride himself to himself on his new-born and growing power of observation. As a novelist in embryo, he was pleased to tell himself that he could read the hearts of people, although an occasional twinge of the critical conscience reminded him sharply that perhaps he was only reading them all wrong. Still, he felt great interest in watching this particular man. The man still worked on in grim and stony silence. The chattering Frenchmen plied their craft as if they loved it. The solemn Briton seemed more like an executioner preparing for his dismal work, and naturally reluctant to distract from penitent thoughts the minds of his foredoomed victims, than like one engaged in ministering to the comfort and the grace of his fellow creatures. Conrad had happened on a time of day when it was not likely that many men would be inclined to settle down and have their hair cut or their beards shorn, and therefore he soon found himself with very few companions in the place, and was quickly under the hands of the English operator. "Monsieur?" the man asked in what you might call good, thick British-French accent.
"You are English," Conrad said. "Speak to me in your own language. I am English, can't you see?"
Conrad adopted this blunt style with a purpose. The man who has made a reputation for silence is not likely to be shaken out of his habitual self by long words or eloquence. "What do you want done?" the sombre hairdresser asked, politely but curtly.
"Hair and beard trimmed, not too much. Don't want to be turned into a different man. Want to remain as I am, only better, see?"
"I see."
"Go ahead, then."
The man was evidently a little puzzled, but he was not easily put out, so he went at once to his work. There was silence for a moment.
"Look here," Conrad said suddenly. "Been long in Paris?"
20 years, there or thereabouts."
"Like it?"
"Hate it."
"Where do you come from?"
"London last."
"Why didn't you stay there?"
"Hate London."
"Worse than Paris?"
"Much worse."
"What place do you like?"
"No place that ever I was in."
"What's the matter? Climate?"
"No, don't trouble my head about climate."
"No? Then what do you trouble your head about?"
"Many things."
Conrad thought he had pursued that sort of personal inquiry far enough, and that he had better give the silent man some friendly hint that might make him a little more confident, so he suddenly changed his subject.
"Ever met a man named Waley?"
"What Waley?"
"Well, he gave me his card. Albert Edward Waley."
"Yes, I know him. North Country man."
"Yes, so am I."
"Thought so. So am I. Yes, I know Mr. Waley. He's a good sort. He would stand by a man if the man was in trouble."
"I thought so."
"Know him well?"
"Oh, no. Met him only 2 or 3 times. Liked him. He is staying at the Grand Hotel."
"I know."
"So am I. He advised me to come and see you."
"What do you want to see me for?"
"Don't know."
"Why did you come?"
"Because he told me."
"What did he say I could do for you?"
"Tell me things."
"What things?"
"Didn't say. Anything I wanted to know."
"What do you want to know?"
"Don't think I want to know anything in particular."
"Then why did you come?"
"Because he told me."
The hair-cutting and trimming work being done at that moment, Jim got up from his chair, was duly brushed down, put on his coat, and was preparing to go his way. He considered that his best policy, if he wanted this habitually silent man to talk, was to say as little as possible himself, and not to show the slightest desire for special information. Moreover, he had only come to study the characteristics of a silent hairdresser with a view to the remote possibility of finding some hint for a figure in a novel. So for the day he could not do anything more.
"Good afternoon,"
Conrad said.
like to talk to you some other time."
"Call on you at the Grand some night, may I?" the hairdresser asked.
"Delighted. We'll have a smoke. When?"
"Tomorrow night, 11. We're late here."
"Tomorrow night, 11. My card, see?"
"Thanks. My name is Coffin."
"Coffin?
"Yes, why not?"
Isn't a cheerful name,"
Jim said bluntly, still acting his self-assumed part.
"Not much about me is cheerful. Marmaduke Coffin."
"All right, we defy augury. See you tomorrow night, Coffin."
And so they parted. Jim was infinitely amused by his day's adventure. The name of Marmaduke Coffin completed his delight. It was utterly impossible that a taciturn English hair-cutter in a Paris shop, who bore the name of Marmaduke Coffin, should not have some food for romance somewhere stowed away in his life. Then all the conditions under which he had sought acquaintance with Marmaduke Coffin seemed auspicious for his purpose. Who on earth was Albert Edward Waley? Who could his people be who had such an odd idea of making him like the Prince of Wales by tacking on Albert Edward to Waley for that and no other purpose? And why did it happen that Albert Edward Waley should have fallen in his, Jim Conrad's, way and taken to a liking for him? Why should Albert Edward Waley have spontaneously and with no obvious purpose advised him to go and make acquaintance with Marmaduke Coffin? And who was the lost and all-accomplished pal or chief? Who were this mystic three? Jim delightedly told himself that he had come on a very gold mine of romance. If a story did not blossom out of all that, then he could not see where a story could come from for a raw beginner. Could he work the ring in by any artistic process? Well, no, he thought not. The story of the ring, according to his present feelings, was not for the public. But Jim began to think that he bore a charmed life in the matter of romance, that he had a sort of divining rod for literary copy. Only that with the divining rod one knows exactly what he is seeking for. Jim did not know. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Riddle Ring by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Someone has blundered. Jim knocked at the door of the Moorfield sitting-room soon after luncheon the following day. He was longing to tell them all about his new acquaintance, Marmaduke Coffin. He liked to tell them, and they evidently liked to hear, any scrap of news or of experience out of the common. The three women loved to be amused in that way, and it delighted Jim to amuse them. Especially charmed was he when he could make Miss Vine's pale face light up with a smile. Her smile was a transformation. It really illumined her eyes and changed for the moment her whole expression. He felt sure he could make her smile if he gave her some idea of the humours of Marmaduke Coffin. His first knock remained unanswered. He could hear the tones of a piano and of an accompanying voice, or, to put it more correctly, of a voice and an accompanying piano. He knew it was Clelia's voice, and he would not disturb her song. The voice sounded low and divinely sweet, and perhaps he might have said divinely sad as well. She was singing to the Moorfields, he thought. He would come back a little later. But the song ceased, and he knocked again, a very gentle tap. He wanted it to convey the idea that he would not harshly interrupt for all the world. Jim was positively becoming quite faint-hearted. A voice, the same voice, invited him to come in, and he went in, and saw that Miss Vine was seated at the piano, with her back turned to him. She did not turn round at once. She probably fancied that the knock came from one of the hotel attendants. Jim stood for a second or two studying her shapely figure as she sat.
"I beg pardon for disturbing you,"
he began in rather an awkward sort of way. He felt sure that he was awkward. Miss Vine turned round and greeted him with eyes that were undoubtedly lit up by the genuine spirit of welcome. Jim could not fail to see that. "Mr. Conrad, I'm so glad you have come."
"I didn't know you were alone,"
Jim said apologetically. "Doesn't matter, does it?" she asked. "We were expecting you, but Mrs. Morefield and Gertrude had to go out for a short time, and they delegated me to entertain you in their absence, which I am very glad to do, to the very best of my power, at all events."
"I hope I don't interrupt your singing."
"Oh, no. I was only crooning something to myself to pass the time. I am not much of a singer."
"But you have a very sweet voice."
"There isn't much range in it, and I am really not musical in the better sense at all. Won't you sit down? The Morefields won't be long." Conrad was very fond of the Morefields, but at the moment he did not feel particularly anxious that they should hurry home. He began to find his heart beating. He took a seat, and was about to give Miss Vine some account of Marmaduke Coffin, but in an instant he changed his mind, and resolved that Marmaduke would keep very well until the Morefields came in.
"What are you doing to-day?"
he asked. "I don't know until Mrs. Morefield comes back." "You do not want to go back to London just yet?" she asked, in a kindly and a winning tone. There was a look of friendly interest in her eyes which touched the heart of the young man, and almost, as it seemed to him, melted it. Certainly it melted away any lingering resolve to return to London.
"I suppose I ought to go back,"
he said doubtfully,
"but I don't know that I feel any strong personal inclination to return. I would much rather be here. Be with you. All."
He hastily put in the little word all, because he feared otherwise the expression of his wish to be with you might sound premature and be disconcerting. "Then why should you go back? Why not stay with us as long as we remain in Paris? Why not come with us to Algiers, or wherever we make up our minds to go? If we ever do make up our minds. If you decide to go with us, then you shall have a voice in settling where to go, which, I can tell you, we 3 women find it pretty hard to decide for ourselves."
"You see," he began hesitatingly, "I ought to be doing some work in life. I have only a very small fortune. It is enough for me just now, but, well, I don't know how to put it. It wouldn't be enough for one's future life, don't you see?"
He was very awkward and much confused. She was neither awkward nor confused. She took his words with a gratified smile. "Of course I understand," she said. "You don't fancy I am a baby." And her look and her manner had all that easy and assured superiority which young married women naturally assume, even when they are actually younger than the particular young man they are talking to. The look and the manner had often puzzled Conrad and set him thinking. Miss Vine was distinctly and unmistakably younger than he, and he could not understand why she should assume this appearance of greater experience in life.
"Well, if you know—"
"Why, of course I know. You mean that you have not money enough to get married on?"
"Yes,"
he answered, very much confused.
"I do mean that."
"Would that really matter much in your case?" If Conrad was puzzled before, he was positively bewildered now. Would it matter much in his case? "Why, The Morefields had both told him that Miss Vine was poor.
"Why shouldn't it matter much in my case?"
he asked awkwardly. "Have you so poor an opinion of women? Do you think that women care for nothing but money?"
"No, I never said or thought anything of the kind."
"Why," she was breaking out into emotion, "if I loved a man, I should not care one straw if he hadn't a farthing in the world."
"Ah, yes. But a poor man might hesitate to bring a girl whom he loved into that most trying of all lives, a life of genteel poverty. I can understand a pair of loving gypsies, but genteel poverty in London—"
She looked at him impatiently. "I don't see where the genteel poverty comes in this case." She shrugged her shoulders in her sensitive, impatient way.
"I see it only too well," he said dejectedly.
Then the proud thought came up to his mind.
"If this brave girl cares for me and believes in me, and is willing to trust her fortunes to me, why should I refuse to make myself happy? Why should I not take her and work for her and try to make her happy?"
Full of this thought, he caught her hand in his hands. She seemed a little surprised, but was not in the least discomposed, and allowed it to remain in his keeping for a moment. "Do you want me to help you?" she asked gently.
To help him?
The words and the tone bewildered him.
You can do more than help me,"
he stammered, feeling once again on very insecure ground. "I cannot do more than help you," she said, and she stood embarrassed now. "But I will help you all I can."
"Surely," he pleaded, "you can do more than just give me a helping hand?"
He could not believe, even in that moment of wild hopefulness, that she really meant to express her willingness to help him out with his desire to ask her to marry him. "What else could I do?" she asked blandly.
"It is for you to decide," he said.
"For me to decide? Me?"
"For whom else, in heaven's name?"
"Oh, I am afraid we don't quite understand each other," she said in some confusion, and she rose from her chair. "I am so sorry."
"Surely we can make it quite clear,"
Jim said eagerly, for he felt that he was about to be dismissed, and that his audience was coming disastrously to an end. Yes, of course we can. It was my fault altogether. I shall see it all clearly some other time soon, but not just now. I am very impulsive. I don't always give myself time to think over things. It was a fault of mine since I was a child. Good-bye for the present."
"But I shall see you again?"
unhappy Jim asked forlornly. "Yes, oh yes," she answered with an embarrassed manner, and then she added more decisively, "Yes, Mr. Conrad, I should be very glad to see you soon again. I am afraid I have been making some sort of mistake. It is no matter, perhaps, but we had better have it out, I think."
"When can you let me see you?"
the perplexed and disconsolate Jim asked. He hardly knew where he was now. "I don't know. Not to-day. The Morefields are just coming in, and they will expect you to take them somewhere. Have you any place in your mind?"
"Oh, there are lots of places."
"That's all right. They will want to see something new."
"Are you not coming?"
No, I can't go to-day. I have to write a lot of letters, and anyhow I have done my duty. At least I haven't done my duty, for I was told off to entertain you until they came back, and I'm afraid I have not much entertained you."
"When will you see me?"
Jim asked. "When? I don't know, but I will send for you. Perhaps tomorrow, if you will come."
"I shall come,"
Jim said gloomily, as if he were invited to come up for sentence. In fact, he had a kind of vaguely pervading idea that he was to be invited to come up for sentence. Then the Morefields came in, and Gertrude greeted Jim with so sweet and kind a look, and such a sympathetic pressure of the hand, that he fancied she must surely know what his hopes had been, and what was to come of them, and she must have pitied him in her sisterly and compassionate little heart. He looked into her eyes with a sense of tender gratefulness, and she dropped her eyelids under his glance, and a colour came into her cheeks.
She has the true soul of sympathy, that girl, Jim thought.
Then they talked about what they were going to do, and Jim suggested all sorts of places to see, and at last they agreed upon their arrangements. And then it was discovered for the first time by the Morefields that Miss Vine could not go with them. Mrs. Morefield and Gertrude were sorry. Jim was probably a good deal more sorry, although he knew that even if Clelia had consented to accompany them, he should not have had the slightest chance of any real talk with her, and this no doubt helped to reconcile him to her remaining at home. For he was sure that he would have found it all too tantalizing to be with Clelia and not to have an opportunity of asking her what had gone wrong between them. He was so fond of the Morefields that he wanted to give himself up altogether to the task of amusing them and making the day pleasant for them, and he knew that under the conditions he was not capable of doing this if Miss Vine were to be one of the company. This is the way of enamoured youth. It would often rather be without the loved object altogether than not have the loved object all to itself. Under present conditions, with the loved object present, Jim could not possibly attend to the Morefields. With the loved object out of sight, he could at all events make himself agreeable and help a little to render life pleasant for people whom he loved to please. So he took the Morefields to see all sorts of places which had associations worth treasuring, and he thought Miss Morefield more than ever kind and sweet, and he was touched by many a grateful glance of her eyes, and he hoped that she might soon meet someone who could love her and appreciate her, and make her spirits all of comfort, as someone in Shakespeare puts it. So Jim had, on the whole, a quietly happy day, but he excused himself from dining with the mother and daughter. He felt under a sort of obligation to remain away until Clelia had called him up for judgment and passed sentence. Some readers may perhaps have come already to the conclusion that Jim Conrad was a very fickle young man, who did not know his own mind, a very light-o'-love, in fact. He had just been lamenting the loss of one sweetheart. Why, it may be asked by censorious observers, should he already be seeking for another? Perhaps, to begin with, there is no condition in which the heart, of man at least, so yearningly stretches out its tendrils to find a new love as that into which it feels itself plunged when it has been cruelly shaken out of the old love. But the truth is that when Jim fell in with his so-called first love, he was in that time of life and that form of temperament when a young man must fall in love with some woman, or perish in the attempt. He was in love with being in love. He was in love with his beautiful betrayer. He thought her beautiful, others no doubt did not, just as Romeo was in love with Rosaline. Romeo was in love with Rosaline because the time had come when he must begin to be in love with some woman. Rosaline came in his way, and he found her, and fancied that he fell in love with her. But was his love for Juliet the less sincere because he really loved her after having fancied that he loved another? Did he not die for Juliet? And what could he have done more to prove his love? He certainly did not die for Rosaline. Why should anyone not allow to Jim Conrad that which we all allow to Romeo? Jim was certainly not anything like so picturesque a figure as Romeo, but he has his equal rights as a man and a brother. Jim dined somewhere, and looked in at a theatre, and felt dismal, and eagerly he wished the morrow, like the unhappy young man in the Raven. He dragged himself home forlornly to the Grand Hotel, and he sat in the courtyard and called for cognac and a siphon, and set himself to smoke. Presently he heard a cheery voice ringing in his ears, and, behold, he saw Mr. Albert Edward Waley before him.
"Hello!" Mr. Waley exclaimed. "I am so glad to see you. May I sit down here and join you in a smoke and a drink?"
"Why, certainly," Jim said. "I am delighted to see you." And really he was, for he was glad to be roused out of his melancholy and his uncertainty, and the gladsome voice of Mr. Waley sounded quite musically to his somewhat lonely sense.
"Well, look here, I have some good news to tell you," Mr. Waley exclaimed. "Here, garçon, do cognac, s'il vous plaît." "Thanks, old man." This was to Jim. "Don't trouble yourself. I have a cigar." "Well, what is your good news?" Of course it don't greatly concern you, but I take you to be a good-natured sort of chap, and you'll be glad to hear it."
"I'm sure I shall, if it pleases you," Jim brought out feebly. He was still thinking of Clelia Vine.
"It's this. I've heard from my pal, my chief, I mean, you know."
"Not really?" Jim was not quite absorbed in interest.
"Yes, but I have, though. And do you know where he is just now, of all places in the world?"
"Sorry to say I have not the slightest idea. In Paris?"
"In Paris? Not a bit of it. But fancy, I have been hunting him half over the world, and he writes me from London."
"How lucky for you he is so near."
"Yes, it is lucky for me, and I shall go over tomorrow. He is full of good spirits, and has quite a new thing on, which he says is the best thing he ever tumbled into."
"Some sort of speculation?"
"Speculation, bless you! Well, yes, I suppose some people would call it a speculation, but somehow, to my mind, it seems rather too big a thing for that sort of name. I say, old man, I wish we could bring you into it. Can't you be prevailed upon to stand in?"
"I'm afraid I haven't any head for finance," Jim mumbled languidly. He was not without interest in his companion, but he knew he could not form any sensible opinion as to the scheme. Besides, he was thinking of his next interview with Miss Vine, and what might possibly come of it.
"Finance? Oh, bless you! This is something rather bigger than mere finance. I say, didn't you tell me you were a book-writing sort of chap?"
"I told you I had a great ambition to write books, works of fiction, novels, you know," Jim put in modestly.
Well, yes, to be sure. See there now, you have an ambition to write novels. Well, and why not?"
"Well, why not?" Jim rejoined, now rather amused.
"As I say, why not? But look here, you might make a first-class A1 copper fastened sort of novel out of many a thing we could put you up to. Take my word for it."
Mr. Waley's eyes were sparkling with excitement, and he poured out more cognac and drenched it, but did not drench it quite too lavishly, from the siphon. Some of the pulses of Jim's romantic nature were stirred by the suggestion of this possible opening of a new vein of romance for him. The instinct of the embryo novelist thrilled him into a new and lively interest. He was thinking, too, that tomorrow might be a fatal day in the story of his love affair. He felt very much in the mood of the immemorial lover who says to his own soul overnight that if she will not have him tomorrow, he will take the Queen's shilling before the evening. "What is your enterprise, may I ask?" he said, with an air of becoming languor and personal unconcern. For, look you, he was not going to give himself away and acknowledge himself a person who was quite ready to join in any manner of undertaking.
Well, it looks like a pretty big thing this time. We have been in a lot of adventures and enterprises together, and some of them turned out successes, and some of them turned out very considerable failures, I can tell you. I'm not a chap that minds a failure now and again, I may say. I'd much rather have a big, exciting failure than a dull little twopenny-halfpenny success. Now, if I size you up properly, and I think I do in a general sort of way know my man when I see him, I should say that you are a chap of just the same humour. It takes a good deal to frighten you, I'll be bound.
Well, I don't think I am more easily frightened than my neighbours, Jim replied modestly. The compliment, for it was evidently meant to be accepted as a compliment, pleased him all the same. He was still a very young man.
No, I shouldn't fancy you were. Well, I'll tell you something about it. But I say, look here, there's another man I must see. Man I told you of, in fact. Hairdresser, Riddle, you know. Have you seen him?
Marmaduke Coffin? Oh, yes, I have seen him, and, Jim said, suddenly remembering the fact, he is coming here to have a smoke at 11 this very night. Jim, to tell the truth, had been forgetting the appointment.
Don't mean to say so. I am glad. That's very lucky, for I shouldn't be quite certain of how to get hold of him tonight. Did he positively say he would come at 11?
He did, positively.
Then he's sure to be here, punctual as the needle to the pole, or grandfather's clock, or anything else you like. It's now 25 minutes to 11. We shan't have long to wait.
You are going over tomorrow?
Like a shot. I'd go over tonight if I could, but that can't be worked. And I should like to see old Coffin, anyhow.
Does Coffin go over too?
Over to London?
To London, yes.
Oh, no, Lord bless you, no. Coffin never goes anywhere. He always stays here. He don't like London. Besides, he has his work to do here.
His work?
Why, yes. Didn't you see him?
And Mr. Whaley broke into a merry laugh.
Why, hair-cutting, of course. What else could it be?
Jim saw that there was some immense joke concealed under the words, but he could not pretend to make it out. "Well, I suppose hair-cutting is his business," Jim said rather sulkily. In life, few things are more irritating to the nervous temperament than to be kept outside a joke, to have a little joke going on apart, and not to be allowed to share its humours. Jim fancied himself to be at least as clever as most people in seeing a joke. Mr. Whaley indulged himself in a fresh burst of laughter.
Why, of course, hairdressing is his business. I used to hear at school that there was a difference between vocation and avocation. One was the regular thing, don't you know, and the other was a sort of interlude. Let me see now. Let me pull myself together. How was it? Yes, of course. Vocation was the regular business, and anything else was the avocation. I give you my word, I'm not quite certain which is Coffin's vocation and which is his avocation.
Jim did not think he was bound to care much either way, and he certainly had no intention of expressing any curiosity on the subject. So he smoked his cigar and sipped his brandy and water in silence for a time. Mr. Whaley did not remain silent. He kept talking on about anything that came uppermost to his mind, and did not seem to notice whether Jim was listening to him or not. Jim, for his part, was beginning to get a little bit weary of the companionship, but he was not going to lose his chance of a sensation story just yet. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Riddle Ring by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Mr. Whaley as Recruiting Sergeant. Jim looked up at the clock in the courtyard and saw that it was just 11. Mr. Whaley's eyes followed Jim's glance. Mr. Whaley in another second gave Jim a nudge with his elbow.
"See?" Mr. Whaley murmured. "Here comes our man, just up to time. He always is."
and Jim saw Marmaduke Coffin entering the courtyard. Coffin was dressed neatly, wore a light overcoat, looked quite a gentlemanly sort of man. He was dressed in English fashion rather than in French.
"Hello!"
Mr. Whaley called to him.
"Come this way."
Coffin had been glancing round the courtyard to look for his friends, or rather for his host. He seemed a little surprised on seeing Mr. Whaley with Jim, but his surprise found no expression in words, and after one glance, not more expression in looks.
"Glad to see you, Mr. Coffin,"
Jim said. Unconsciously, Jim seemed to have made up his mind that Mr. Coffin was demanded by the neat dress and the tall hat.
"Not kept you late, I hope?"
Mr. Coffin asked, with a quite jaunty sort of air.
"Mr. Whaley, I am so glad to see you."
"Have a drink, Coffin," said Jim, forgetting for the moment the tall hat and the neat get-up.
"Thank you, Mr. Conrad. Some brandy, please, and the siphon. And a cigar, if you don't mind."
These delicacies were all forthcoming. Then Whaley began what might be considered serious talk.
"Look here, Coffin,"
he said.
"I'm going to London tomorrow morning by the first train."
"Thought you would,"
said Coffin.
"How the devil did you know?"
Whaley asked, with an emphasis that somewhat astonished Jim Conrad.
"Didn't know. Didn't say I knew. Said I thought so."
"Why did he think so?"
"How can a man know why he thinks anything? Come now."
"I think he has you there," Jim said, not wanting to be mixed up in any manner of disputation, and rather anxious to be rid as soon as possible of both these English worthies.
"How can anybody know why he thinks anything? I'm sure I don't know half my time." "No, that's right enough,"
Mr. Whaley answered, somewhat more blandly.
"But I fancied, Coffin, that you had some reason for what you said."
"No reason at all, Mr. Whaley. I seldom wait for reasons."
"Well, anyhow, I'm going over tomorrow to London."
"Yes? Well, what to do there?"
"To meet the chief."
"Quite so."
Mr. Coffin's face expressed no manner of emotion.
"Yes, he is in London."
"Gentlemen," Jim blandly interposed, "I'm afraid I'm rather in the way. I am sure you want to talk over some business affairs, about which, of course, I know nothing. Now, if you don't mind, I shall just go to my room and scratch off a letter or two, and then we can all three settle down to a quiet smoke." Jim was, in truth, beginning to be a little puzzled about his companions and the kind of work they might be having in hand. The days of the highway robber were clearly over, and the mysterious community described in Paul de Kock's Moustache, who thrived on making unlicensed spirits, would hardly now take much for their money. And coining would not be as safe in paying speculation, and financial swindles were not generally managed by an inner circle of three, one being a hairdresser. And in short, Jim could make nothing of it. All the same, he still thought it decidedly interesting, and was not anxious to lose more of it than he becomingly could.
"Don't you go, Mr. Conrad," Whaley said impressively. "Don't you think of going unless you really want to. We ain't talking any treason here. We ain't making any plans against the rule of Queen Victoria, God bless her. And here's her jolly good health."
And he tossed off another glass of cognac and water.
"Nor yet, I give you my word, against the Republican government of France, which now kindly protects us here, and receives us as its guests, at our own expense, of course. Good Lord, I remember the rattling days of the Second Empire. What a time we had then. And I told you, Mr. Conrad, I was in the swim of it."
"Yes, you told me," said Conrad. "It must have been awfully interesting."
"It was, I tell you."
"But I am sure I am keeping you from your business talk all the same," Jim said blandly, "and so I shall leave you together, shall I say for half an hour? There will be time enough after."
"Now, look here, Mr. Conrad," Whaley said, "I shall speak right out with you. I want everything on the square. The first time I set eyes on you, here in this hotel, I took a liking to you. here in this very courtyard where we are now sitting, and Coffin with us. I mean Coffin with us now, of course. He wasn't with us then, that first time.'
Mr. Coffin solemnly bent his head in admission of the fact of an absence which he regretted.
'When I saw you that first time, I said in my own mind, now that's a real man, an Englishman, blood, bone, and breeding. Then, when I heard that you were one of the Conrads of the North Country, why, man alive, I know all about them. I was brought up, I may say, in the very shadow of their ancestral halls, and my chief knows all about them too. And I know a lot about you, Mr. Conrad, and I know that you're a little down on your luck, as a man might say. I mean that you ain't likely to succeed to a great big fortune.'
'Mr. Waley,' Conrad interrupted somewhat sternly, 'I have not met you here tonight to discuss my private affairs. I can't help your knowing about me what everybody can learn who takes the trouble to inquire, but I don't mean to discuss my family history or my personal condition with any stranger, however well-intentioned he may be.' Jim rose to his feet.
'No offence, Mr. Conrad, no offence,'
the imperturbable Waley pleaded.
'I didn't mean any harm. I give you my sacred word of honour. You see, my people were only a sort of adherents, or vassals, so to speak, of the Northumbrian Conrads in old days, and I talk with the perhaps privileged freedom of the old retainer. Sit down again, and let us have it quietly out.'
Jim had his weaknesses. One of them was an intense pride in his old Northumbrian family. Mr. Waley had touched that chord of weakness when he ascribed his rash talk to the privileged freedom of an old retainer. So Jim sat down again. Jim never liked being out of temper. Some men delight in it. It annoyed him. 'Well, Mr. Waley,' he asked, 'what do you want to say to me?'
'It's just this. I think you are a sort of lad who ought to be put in the way of making a fortune, and I dare say the chief could put you in that way just now.'
'I should be very glad indeed to make a fortune,' Jim said. 'Few people could want it more. But I should first like to know how the fortune was to be made, and who the men are with whom I am to make it.'
'Right you are,' Mr. Waley exclaimed. 'Just the very answer I should have expected from a Northumbrian Conrad. Well, I can't tell you tonight what's up, for I don't know until I see the chief.'
'But you must know what your line of enterprise generally is.'
'Oh, yes, I can tell you all about that.'
'What is it? Banks, railways, ship canals, evening newspapers, theatres, music halls, that sort of thing?'
'Mr. Conrad, we have souls above that sort of thing. We are — bend down your ear, please. There may be all sorts of listeners at these little tables here. We are explorers.'
'Explorers?' Jim asked in amazement, and now at last beginning to doubt the sanity of his companion. Mr. Coffin sat with an aspect of undisturbed and impenetrable gloom.
'Explorers, yes, that's it,'
Mr. Waley said, nodding ever so many times and beaming over with the kindliest smiles, as if he had now put everyone at his ease and disclosed a welcome secret.
'Stanley, Emin Pasha, Burton, that sort of thing?'
Conrad asked in perplexity.
'I don't see great fortunes in that.' 'Oh, no, I don't mean that. We don't care twopence about the sources of the Nile any more than we care for watching the transit of Venus. We find out new soil where money is to be made. Oil here, wheat there, ivory somewhere else, gold, copper, anything you please, oyster beds even. And we get up an international wrangle about it, don't you know, and then we try to make the best bargain we can for our rights. But we always give old England the best chance. Don't make any mistake about that. Yes, we do. But if we have found out a thing, we have a right to be paid for our find. Only fair, that, ain't it?'
'But I haven't heard much of your operations,' observed the bewildered Conrad.
'We only make the beginnings, don't you see, and we don't care to obtrude our own names on the public. Other people are only too glad to get all the credit when they have bought us out. The real competitors are the Americans and the Germans and, lately, the French. But the Americans are the most eager of all, I can tell you, and they are not by any means bad hands at a bargain."
"Does Mr. Coffin do much exploring?" Jim asked, with a wondering glance at that silent and melancholy person.
"Well, he explores in his own way and in his own field, but he don't waste his health and strength much in tropical climates. There's a lot of information to be picked up among the English and the Americans who come here to Paris in the season, or out of the season, I should say, out of the Paris season. Mr. Coffin, I tell you, got a good deal of his education, as I did, under the Second Empire."
"But I thought you told me you had been in Paris only about 20 years?" Jim asked, turning to Coffin.
"Only 20 years for good or evil," Mr. Coffin grimly observed. "But I was in Paris off and on before that time, and I served the Second Empire a good deal in London."
"In what capacity, may I ask?"
"In the capacity of observer among the French refugee population in London. Leicester Square quarter, mostly."
"Observer? Is not that rather a fine and a long word for it?" Mr. Coffin looked up, looked down, thought for a moment, and said, with a curious twinkle in his eye,
"Spy, you mean?"
"Yes, I did mean something like that."
"Wrong,"
Mr. Coffin calmly said.
"Quite wrong,"
Mr. Whaley triumphantly declared.
"Britain, sir, never, never, never can be slaves or spies."
"All the same, I don't quite understand," Jim put in. "Did you make any reports to the Prefect of Police here in Paris?"
"Not one,"
Coffin answered, wholly unperturbed. "But you must have communicated the results of your observation, let us call it, to somebody in Paris?" Mr. Whaley smiled a benignant smile.
"Why, certainly,"
he interjected in a suddenly assumed American accent.
"Yes,"
Coffin answered, without showing in his voice the slightest trace of any manner of embarrassment.
"I reported to the chief."
"To Mr. Whaley's chief?"
"To Mr. Whaley's chief."
"Who was certainly not the Prefect of Police."
"Certainly not."
"You may bet your bonnet string on that,"
Mr. Whaley interposed blandly. "Well, gentlemen," Jim said. He was beginning to be impatient. "I have not the least idea what or whom you are talking about, or what the exploring business is that you are concerned in, or who the chief is, or who anybody is, or who either of you two may happen to be, and I don't see how I could possibly help you in your exploring expeditions, seeing that I am not an explorer. At least I have never been so far in my life."
"Half a moment, Mr. Conrad,"
Whaley interposed, placing his right thumb halfway up the first joint of his right forefinger, as if to indicate the exact division of time to be allotted to him.
"Half a moment, Mr. Conrad, sir. We don't want to press you into any service for which you might feel yourself disinclined from the first. But I think we could find you good work to do, and make good use of you."
"I don't want to be made use of," Conrad interposed, somewhat in a sharpened tone.
"Half a moment, Mr. Conrad, sir,"
and the right forefinger repeated the same gesture with the right thumb.
"Half a moment. Will you just wait a bit until I have seen the chief and am in a position to tell you what we are going to be asked to do? I don't know myself just yet, not the least in the world. I have only heard from the chief that he has got some good, strong thing in hand, and until I see him and talk with him I shan't know any more. You are not staying long here, I suppose? May I call to see you in London?"
"You have my address," Conrad said, rather sullenly.
"Yes, I have your address, but you might not care to see me all the same. You have worked yourself, I can see, into a wrong notion about our enterprises, and I want you to get the right ideas. Fancy my letting a Conrad of Northumberland into anything unworthy of his family and their fame."
Whaley stood up. and there was a certain moisture in his eyes, and there was a tremble in his voice. Conrad was in many ways a tender-hearted youth, and was inclined to believe in the sincerity of people. And once again the allusion to the Conrad family touched him.
"Come to see me whenever you like," he said hurriedly. "I don't know how soon I shall be in London, but my return can't be many days off. Come and see me by all means. And now let us have our smoke out, and talk of something else. Mr. Coffin can tell us something about life in Paris."
"I know nothing about what is called life in Paris," Mr. Coffin solemnly remarked. "I never go in for amusing myself."
"Oh, by Jove, I do!"
Mr. Waley declared emphatically. When Jim went to his room that night, he found that a little note had been left for him. It only said, "I shall be alone at 2 tomorrow, and shall be glad to see you. Clelia Vine." End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Riddle Ring by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. I Could Have Loved You, But... Conrad thought but little next day of his mysterious companions of the previous night, and of their enterprise and their explorings and their chief and all the rest of it. He did not quite like to dismiss them as two lunatics, and he was disposed to think that, lunatics or not, they were honest good fellows. But they did not occupy his mind overmuch. They did not occupy his mind, for instance, as Miss Vine did. He was rather glad to know that Waley had left Paris and could not come in his way again for the moment. He had not the least idea of visiting soon the hairdresser's shop in the Rue de la Paix. He lounged about the boulevards and the Champs-Élysées idly and unrestingly. He did not, according to his wont, go to the Bois de Boulogne, and at last it became nearly time to call on Miss Vine. He found her, as he had expected, as she had told him, alone.
"Perhaps I ought not to have asked you to come to see me," she said, "but I so often act on mere impulse, and my impulse drove me that way."
"I'm very glad you did send for me, Miss Vine."
"Yes. We got into some misunderstanding yesterday. At least I did. And I should like to have things made clear."
"And I, too," Jim uttered fervently.
"Yes, I am glad that we are of one mood, so far at all events. I know that by sending for you I lay myself open to misunderstanding, but you will not misunderstand. I think we must have a very frank and outspoken talk just now. I think I am sorry, but—"
"You may take it for granted," Jim said passionately, "that I shall not misunderstand anything you say or anything you do."
"Yes, I am sure of that. That is why I venture to talk to you in a way that I suppose most women would think a shocking way."
"Talk to me in any way you will. I shall know that you mean it only to be kind to me, for my good."
"I mean it only for your happiness, and mine."
"And yours? Yours?"
"Yes, indeed, mine. For it would make me unhappy to see you unhappy."
"You have it in your power to make me happy."
"Ah, yes,"
she said, a faint flush covering for a moment her usually pale face.
"That is just what I fancied, what I feared. I must speak out now. You will not think I am urged by any motive of idle self-conceit, but I would much, oh, ever so much, rather you thought me self-conceited than coquettish or cold or hard-hearted."
"I couldn't think you anything of the kind,"
he protested. But his heart was sinking, for he could guess well enough what sort of answer was to come. He could guess the answer, but not the wherefore.
"I fancied yesterday," she said, And you must tell me honestly and courageously if I was mistaken in my fancy. Oh, I shall be so glad if I was mistaken in it."
"You were not mistaken in it," he interposed doggedly.
"Oh, but you haven't heard what I was going to say."
"I know what you are going to say, and I shall spare you the pain of saying it. You were not mistaken. You were never less mistaken in your life than when you came to think that I was in love with you. That is what you were going to say, is it not? I have at least saved you that much pain, the pain of putting it into words."
"You have saved me the pain," she said. "It was kind of you. It was like you. Will you do something even more kind and generous still? Will you say you can spare me the pain of telling you anything more? Will you say you know the rest?"
"No," he answered passionately, and looking straight into her eyes, which drooped before his as before too strong a light. "I will not do that. I must hear all you have to tell me. I will not give up until I know not merely what your answer is, but why and wherefore."
"The why and wherefore I am sure you will not insist on having, when I have told you what you compel me to say. I cannot marry you, Mr. Conrad. There! Is it not a shame of me? You have never asked me to marry you, and I suppose everybody in the world would say I had got but the just punishment for my self-conceit and forwardness if you were to reply quietly that you never had any idea of asking me."
"But you know I had every idea of asking you. You saw the words trembling on my lips many a time. I saw by the very manner in which you turned your eyes away that you saw it. Well, you will not marry me. Is that your positive and your final answer?"
"It is my positive and final answer."
"And now will you tell me why? Do you not care about me? Or, look here, is it not possible that you might come to care about me?"
"Oh, yes, indeed," she answered quietly. "Very possible and very likely that I might come to care about you, if I let my feelings take that way."
"Then you do care about me!" he exclaimed, almost triumphantly.
"Yes, I do. Very much indeed. I admire you. I have faith in you. I find you a delightful companion. I am sure I know you, and I believe you are a man to make a woman happy. But I cannot marry you, and I cannot love you."
"Cannot love me, or will not?"
"Must not," she answered in a sweet, low tone. "If it is of any comfort to you to know that I could have loved you if we had met under different conditions, if we had met earlier, perhaps, only then it might have been too early." She spoke these words as one following some track of thought wholly her own, and which his mind could not tread. "Yes, under happier conditions, I could have loved you. I should have loved you."
Even the purest love of man to woman is so blended with self-love that poor Jim found some consolation at that moment for her absolute refusal by her confession that she could have loved him. For he could interpret that in only one way. She did love him. She did actually love him. It was not the common sort of obstacle that stood in his way. At least he was to be spared the pain of hearing her say that she cared for him as a sister cares for her brother.
"Some wall is between us?" Jim asked.
"A wall is between us, indeed."
"Walls have fallen down before now."
"This wall is not likely to fall down. Mr. Conrad, I owe you too much confidence, and I like you too well, not to let you know the whole reality, and not to put my secret absolutely into your hands. Mr. Conrad, I am married."
"Oh!" Conrad gave an inarticulate groan and sprang from his seat. He saw nothing for a moment. He felt as if the floor were rocking under his feet and the windows darkening before his eyes.
"Yes, I am married. I do not expect to see him again."
She paused over the word him. She seemed as if she could not or would not say "my husband."
"But I am married, and he is young. He is well able to fight with life, and I wish him well, and I wish him happy, but I do not wish to see him again. There, do not ask me any more. I need not tell you never to breathe a word of this to anyone else."
"Oh!" He made an impatient motion as if to repudiate and shake away any possibility of his being guilty of such an offence.
"No, of course, I know you will not. I don't even know why I said anything about it."
"Does anyone else know of this?"
"Gertrude Moorfield alone. She knows everything, except that I have told you. I shall not tell her that for the present, but I shall tell it to her sometime, soon perhaps, if things should go as I could wish."
"What things? And what do you wish?"
Poor Jim dropped back into his seat, still so stunned by the news that he felt himself putting questions in a queer, perfunctory sort of way. It came back upon his memory strangely how he felt one day when he got a heavy fall in the hunting field and was unconscious for a time, and that when he came partly to himself again he began asking commonplace questions of those around him concerning the incidents of the field.
"I should wish for the happiness of some of my friends," she said, with a sweet smile, "if it could be."
"Don't wish for my happiness," Jim said.
"Why not?"
"Oh, how can you?" he asked, almost angrily. "You know that I can't be happy any more than you can."
"I cannot be happy, certainly," she said. "Nothing could bring about happiness for me. The wreck that I have made of my own life, and of the lives of others, will be a bitter memory to me all through my time. But, my friend, you are different. Things are not quite so bad with you. There are other women in the world."
"Not for me," he interposed vehemently.
"You think so now, yes, and I honour you for it. But time brings change."
He made an impatient gesture of protest.
"No, I don't want to make too much of that now. But it is a truth, my friend. Once I thought there could be no man in the world but one for me. But stay, yes, there is something more I do wish to tell you. I want to excuse myself in your eyes."
"There is no need," he said sullenly. "I blame you for nothing."
"I blame myself so much, and I cannot have it on my mind without telling you. I want you to know why I did not bluntly discourage you days and days ago, when it could have been done in the easiest way."
"Yes," he said, "you might tell me that. I'm sure you had only the kindest purpose, but I think I should like you to tell me of that."
"I encouraged your coming here from the first, did I not?" she asked, with a certain hesitation.
"Yes, I thought you did."
"And I was always very friendly and confidential with you, was I not?"
"You were indeed. I thought so always,"
poor afflicted Jim said, all the memories of those happy days crowding back upon him and crushing him.
"Yes, you made me love you."
"I never meant it, my friend. I encouraged you, urged you, because I thought I was helping you. I liked you from the first, and I thought you liked me, but not in that way. Listen," and she sank her voice almost to a whisper. "I thought you liked me because because I was the friend of Gertrude Moorfield."
Jim once again sprang from his seat.
"Good God!" he said. "How could you have thought that?"
"I did think it. Why shouldn't I? You knew her. I am sure you admired her. Why should I not have thought that you cared for her? She liked you, and thought highly of you, and, well, anyhow, there was nothing to make me see why you should not have been in love with her, and I thought you were in love with her. I did, indeed, and until quite lately. I thought you came to see me only because by seeing me you got to see her. Yes, I did. It was only yesterday I found out the truth, for I know it is the truth, since you have told me so."
"Oh, yes, it is the truth," he said sadly.
"And then I made up my mind that I must tell you, at the risk of any misconstruction, anything."
"There isn't any. There couldn't be any," Jim murmured.
"No, I know that now. Yes, of course. Indeed, I thought it then. I love her so much, and I like you so much — oh, yes, I have so much love for you — that I thought it would be happy for you both to be brought together. I believed I was doing you both a service. Well, come, I have been very blunt and outspoken with you. May I be a little more blunt and outspoken still? May I?"
"Say anything you please."
"The tone of your voice sounds a little harsh. Is your heart bitter towards me?"
"No, God knows," he said.
His heart was torn with love for her, compassion for her, the horror and despair of losing her.
"Well, what I want to say is this. Is it too late even yet? Is it quite too late?"
"Too late for what?"
"Too late for her."
Clelia, Clelia, do you really think love can be forgotten in that way, in that space of time?"
"Most things may be forgotten," Clelia said, with a sad smile. "I have found it so. Love may be forgotten. Promises, pledges may be forgotten. Honour may be forgotten. Yes, even self-interest may be forgotten."
"Is nothing, then, remembered?" he asked disconsolately, wonderingly, as he looked into her quick-moving, gleaming eyes.
I don't know," she answered stammeringly. "Perhaps, with a woman like me, the sense of injury, the hatred of treason, of betrayal, is likely to be immortal. But come, let us talk more quietly. Let us, whatever we do, not get into sentiment. I have dealt fairly with you. I have told you a great deal. I have tried to console even your self-love."
And these words went to the very heart of the young man, for he could not but know that self-love is mixed up with the other love, with the deep and passionate love for another.
"Now you know that I cannot marry you. I have really no husband, and I shall never have a lover. You and I can never come nearer than we are at this moment. Never, never. We are friends, real, true friends, and we never can be anything else. Why can you not love my friend, my other friend? I love her. She is well worth the love of any honourable man. Oh, if I had only known such a man when I was younger, when I was young."
The girl started from her seat and stood by the window for a moment, with her back turned to him. What memories, he wondered, were passing through her perturbed mind as she moved away from him and looked out of that window? Suddenly she turned round and faced him anew.
"You would make her happy," she said abruptly, "and I think she would make you happy. Oh, my dear friend, the thing we call passionate love is much best left alone in this world. It never comes to anything but frustration and disappointment. She is a good girl, and a loving girl, and a clever girl. If I were a man, I should love her. Why should you not try to love her, if only for my sake?"
"I can't transfer my love," he said, almost sullenly. "It's not like a public house licence with me. I can't have you, that's quite clear. I don't want any other woman."
"You told me yourself you were in love before."
"I told you I thought I was in love."
"Very well. You think you are in love with me now."
"Think!"
he said angrily. "Oh, my friend, I do not wish to hurt you in any way. You do love me now, but you thought you loved the other woman. I do not ask who she was. It is no concern of mine to know. And perhaps you may be cured of this hopeless love for me. You have told me that you love me, and at first it terrified me, knowing what I did and what you did not know. But I confess it, and, oh, forgive me when I say it, that it did gladden me to hear from your own lips that you loved me. How wicked I am! And yet not so wicked as to let you go on without knowing the whole truth."
"I have no thought of blame for you, Clelia," he said. "I shall hold you always in my heart. I shall never trouble you any more. I told you before this that I have one merit which a woman ought to prize. I am a man very easily got rid of."
"Oh!" she exclaimed. "Got rid of? As if I wanted to get rid of you."
"I don't accuse you of any personal intention that way," he said, with a melancholy smile. "But it is clear that you and I can't keep together on the same terms any more. Very well, I give you up. But I think I would rather that you did not recommend me to take some other woman to fill your place."
"You hardly know how good and sweet she is."
"What does that matter?" he asked. "She is not you."
"She is ever so much better."
"Then she is too good for me, and so it comes to the same."
"Must I tell you something more?" Clelia asked, in a tone of one who makes a last appeal.
"I've said already. Tell me anything you like."
"Mr. Conrad, listen. Gertrude Moorfield is in love with you."
"She isn't. I don't believe it. She has told me herself over and over again that love has never entered into her life."
"Love had not knocked at her door, perhaps, when you first came her way. But now it is different. Most girls talk like that, until the man comes, the man who makes them learn a different story. I understand every thought in the girl's mind, and every feeling in her heart. And she is in love with you, Jim."
The word Jim penetrated him with a curious intermixture of pleasure and pain. The thrill of pleasure came first, and then the pang of pain suddenly followed. Never had she called him by his familiar name before. There was the sudden sense of rapture. But she called him by his name now, as she was striving to interest him in another woman, striving to hand him over to another woman. She called him by his name to signify that there might be friendship and affection between them, and nothing more. And there came in the pain. She could not have chosen any better, more tender, more hopeless form of signifying to him that all was over between them except friendship. And to the lover, friendship seems so barren, and so cold, and so cruel. When the lover can warm himself in winter by the light of a star, he will be able to comfort himself for the refusal of a woman's love by the offer of her friendship. Jim was a plucky and a manly fellow. He was quite up to the comprehension of the fact that everything does not go comfortably and right with men in human affairs. He pulled himself together.
"All right," he said. "What do you want me to do?"
"I want you to forget me."
Then he broke down.
"That be damned!"
he said abruptly, and then at once grew ashamed of himself, and hastily explained.
"I beg pardon, I am sure. I didn't mean that, of course. But what I did mean to say was that I can't quite promise to forget you, all at once, anyhow. You must ask me something easier," he added, with a smile that did its best to be heroic.
"I ask you something which I am sure will be much for your own good and your own happiness in the end."
"Yes," he interjected dismally.
"I ask you to think of Gertrude Moorfield. I tell you that she is the sweetest girl I know, and the truest and fondest. She is worth a score of me. And she is in love with you, Jim, as sure as
I am in love with you."
"Yes,"
she answered, with a reckless smile on her pale face.
"and as sure as I should be in love with you, if I could, if I dared."
"And do you think," he asked almost sternly, that is a good way of prevailing on me to go and make love to another woman? To tell me that you know I am in love with you, and that you would love me if you dared?"
"I do. Yes, I do. For we are reasonable creatures, and we are not mere boy and girl. And you cannot marry me, and I cannot love you. And we both know that there are different kinds of love, and that the wild, romantic love is not the one that wears the best. Yes, I have been very outspoken with you. I have shown you my whole heart. Nothing is possible between us but friendship. And if you only feel as I do, nothing is impossible for us but the extinction of our friendship."
"Friendship is ice!" he exclaimed.
"Friendship is solid earth," she answered, "and love is the glow of the sky which we cannot reach, or the light of the stars which thrills our souls on a bright summer night, but cannot guide our way. Come now, I am growing sentimental myself, and I don't intend to do that. Well, will you think of what I have told you?"
"Think of the hard fact that you are married and cannot love me? How soon do you fancy I shall cease to think about that?"
"Oh, no, my friend. I know that you will think about that. What I meant was to ask you to think over what I have told you about Gertrude Moorfield. Remember, her mother may be carried off at any time, and she may be left alone."
"And then you would propose to go out of civilization altogether?"
"I would much rather she remained in civilization if she were sheltered by you."
Jim's mind was passion-tossed. He was madly in love with Clelia. He had the deepest feeling of compassion for her, and yet he was angry with her. He was hurt by the thought that she could turn him over to any other woman. She could not really have cared about him, he thought. If she could coolly propose that he should thus transfer his love, and give another woman the key of his heart, or invite another woman to have the key to his heart, but not his heart. And yet what better could he do? Young men in love have no horizon, no proportions, no perspective. Jim could see nothing for him in the future but the futile love for a woman he could not marry, whom he could not make happy. If there was in the world some other woman whom by marrying he could make happy, why not turn to some use an existence which would otherwise be all in vain?
"Yes, I will think of what you have told me."
His voice choked a little as he spoke. An unaccustomed moisture came into his eyes.
"That is all I ask," she replied.
"But it won't come to anything,"
he said abruptly, and he rose to go. She hardly appeared to be listening.
"Oh, yes, one thing more I must ask of you, and I shall beseech it of you if you will," she said, "and if nothing less than a beseeching prayer will avail to touch you."
"Oh,"
the poor young man groaned out,
as if you had not only to ask whatever you wanted of me.
"Yes, yes, I know quite well. Oh, my friend, I understand you quite. Do you think I do not understand a nature like yours? Do you think I am not able to understand it?"
Poor Jim was embarrassed. He did not know that his was a peculiarly exalted nature, and yet he did not want to be rude enough to disparage her gift of divining by her own fancy some peculiarly exalted nature. So he only said,
"I will promise anything you ask me to promise."
"And you will keep your word, I know."
"A man always keeps his word,"
Jim said, almost sternly.
"Yes, I know, a man that is a man. But a woman that is a woman does not always keep her word. Anyhow, you are not a woman, and you will keep your word. Well, then, promise me this."
"I will promise you anything you like."
"Promise me that you will never try to find out who my husband is, or anything of my unhappy story, or try to meet my husband, or try to do anything at all to help me. In that way, of course, I mean."
"From my soul," he said fervently, "I can promise to do just as you wish in all that relates to your life history."
"And not more?"
she asked, with a sweet, inviting smile.
"Not all that relates to the life history of someone else? Of someone else?"
"Oh, I have gone far enough," he said impatiently. "I can't promise to love anybody but you."
There was a moment's pause. Then he began again.
"I suppose I must not go with you to Algiers or Egypt or wherever you are going?"
"Oh, no," she said, "you must not go with us. You see, you say you are very fond of me."
Say! I am very fond of you,"
he interrupted her quite angrily.
"Well, yes, I know what you mean, and I believe all you tell me. But if that is so, or since it is so, it is quite clear, my friend, that you and I had better not go travelling about in company, even though we have other companions, or, as I would rather put it now, because we have other companions."
"Why is it worse because we have other companions?" he asked, in a sinking and sickly tone.
"Why? Because if I am anything at all real, I am a good friend to my friend."
"But what has that to do—"
"What has that to do? As if you didn't know. Because Gertrude Moorfield is my friend, and I will not have you going about with her and thinking of me all the time."
"I should be thinking of you all the time," he said grimly.
"So you have told me, and I believe you. And therefore I must not have it, and I won't have it. Tell me you will think of Gertrude, and you may go over the world with us."
I am very fond of Miss Moorfield," he said in a stammering sort of way, "but I cannot think of her while you are there."
"Well, and you know you must not think of me at all. I have told you more than I ought to have told, but I wanted to save you from needless pain if I could, and so I gave you the full opportunity of getting out of all difficulty by saying that you were not likely in the least to fall in love with me. You see, you missed an easy chance of escape."
"How can you talk like that?" he asked. "Is there not full truth between you and me?"
"Oh, yes, I hope so. I feel so."
"Then let us talk the truth. I love you, and I shall always love you.
Oh, hush, my friend. I must not listen to talk like that. And you, if I know you, will not want me to listen to it. Let us not spoil a dear and possible friendship by a wholly impossible attempt at love. Do remember that, after all, there is nothing better in life than friendship, and that, whether we like it or not, there is nothing else possible between you and me."
"Then I must not go with you," he pleaded.
"No, certainly you must not. I will urge Mrs. Moorfield to leave Paris at once, and you can say that you have to go back to London."
"Must I go back to London?" asked Jim distractedly.
"You must, indeed. You must find a career there, and you may find out when you are there the woman that you really love."
"I have found her," he said.
"No, you thought you had. You thought you had found her once before. Try the third wave. That, they say, lifts one to success and the shore."
"Oh!" he exclaimed, and he left her. She would not forget that fanciful, that fancied first love of his. The words she spoke stung him. His heart was bitter against her, and yet how he loved her. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Riddle Ring by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. The Sweet Sorrow of Parting. Jim's last night in Paris had come. What a time he had had of it in Paris this time! How happy he had been! How miserable he had been! How delightful! How distressful! How perplexed and utterly futile it had been! Now all was over, and he was going back to London, to Clarges Street and the Voyagers' Club, and he must take up the work, the prosaic work of life again, or rather, indeed, for the first time and at the beginning. Muss selber nun Philister sein, as the German student song puts it, must come down from his high horse of fancy and imagination and impossible love-making, and be himself a Philistine and a worker like everybody else. And a worker for what? He could live well enough. He could pay for his daily bread and his club and his clothes. And what did he want else, now that his dreams had all evaporated? Or why not go to some new country? A new country is a new career. Why not California, or Australia, or South Africa? Ah, and the thought flashed suddenly through him, why not hear fully out the schemes of Waley? Why not get to know the mysterious chief, who would doubtless turn out to be not mysterious at all, but only some plucky British adventurer with a heart for any fate? What could suit Jim better in his present mood? Westward ho, eastward ho, northward ho, southward ho, anywhere ho, it was all one to him. "I am glad to go back to London," he said to himself. "I have no further business here." As indeed he had not. For days and nights, under the charm of Clelia Vine's company, he had forgotten all about the mystery of the ring. Now, he could not tell why, he took it out and studied its hieroglyphics all over again. Was it because it soothed him to remind himself that others had suffered and were suffering as well as he? Perhaps that was the reason at the bottom of his consciousness, but on the surface of his consciousness no reason showed itself. It seemed to him as if he had taken up the ring by the merest haphazard, but having taken it up, he studied it anew and tried to read its riddle. He put it before him on his dressing-table that last night in Paris, and he began to think, not of it, but of himself. He had been hit very hard this time, he thought. He had been hit 2 ways. He was bitterly disappointed about Clelia, and he was, perhaps, to be the source of bitter disappointment to Gertrude, for whom already he felt a warm affection. He could never forget how, when he was in the depths of his first love-trouble, she came and all unconsciously stepped between him and his fighting soul. He remembered the music of her voice that first night when he ventured to speak to her. It seemed as if she had come to him and put a friendly hand upon his shoulder, and spoken words of encouragement into his ear, and told him that there was something yet to live for in the world. And now he came to learn that she had grown to care about him, and he must disappoint her. For he could not help himself. He loved Clelia Vine, and Clelia had only encouraged him because she believed that through her he was seeking to approach Gertrude Moorfield. There was enough for him to think about, without embarrassing himself in futile and speculative conjectures over the troubles and the disappointments of other and unknown lovers, whose very existence he had only come to guess at by deciphering the hieroglyphic posy of a ring. But to study the ring mystery, which of late he had nearly forgotten, had a new fascination for him now. He began to feel as if he had been ungrateful to the ring, had renounced his duty to it while he thought he was happy, had wholly forgotten the woman with the wrecked life whom he had created for himself out of his own conjectures during the first days of his visit to Paris. He did not allow himself to think as to how he should meet the Moorfields again, or whether he ought to meet them again. He did not even occupy himself much with any conjectures as to the sad story of Clelia's life. What would be the use? She was gone from him. She could be nothing to him. The very kindness and very tenderness of her words and her manner to him filled him with a new despair. She was so frank with him because she never had really cared for him. Her great anxiety about him was to try to get him to offer himself to another woman. He set himself deliberately to study the ring lying before him, and almost began to regard it as a talisman, which he ought for ever to have kept with him, and which he had laid aside and forgotten. The talisman was bound to have its revenge, he thought. At last, worn out with thinking, he went to bed and fell asleep with the ring under his pillow. He seemed as if he could not sleep without it now, as if he must never part from it again until he had read its mystery and found out its rightful owner. Then he woke with a great start and a cry. The cry it was that wakened him, for he had had a dream which seemed to him extraordinary now, and yet was as a dream that might well have come before. Was it a mere nightmare, or was it an inspiration? He thought that he was sitting somewhere with Clelia long before he had ever met her, and he saw on her finger the ring which he now held in his care and under the pillow. Yes, there it was on her finger, with its enamelled and hieroglyphic letters on the outside. The whole idea broke upon him like a revelation, and yet, when he began to waken up fully and to get his senses clearly about him, he could not think that it was anything but a wild chimera of the night. All the same, it took possession of him. Clelia had been in Paris longer than Mrs. Moorfield knew of. That he had thought quite certain, even when he did not attach the slightest importance to the possibility. For some reason or other, the 2 girls had not allowed Mrs. Moorfield to know exactly the day on which Miss Vine came to Paris. There was not much to go on in that, but there possibly was something. The dream might be explained easily enough. All unconsciously to himself, Conrad might have been working the story of Clelia into the mystery of the ring, and full consciousness may have burst forth in blossom, as it often does, in a dream. The idea seized hold of him. Francisco, Rosita. There was nothing to suggest Miss Vine in that. Still, here is a young and beautiful woman with a sad story of some kind, who was in Paris the day when the ring was thrown away, and whose presence in Paris that day was known only to her one most intimate friend. Surely there was something suggestive in all that. What could he do? How could he test the truth of any conjecture? What right had he even to attempt to find out? Mrs. Moorfield had said she never made any attempt to get at Clelia's secret. Why should he propose to be less discreet? Oh, yes, he told himself a reason soon enough, as he sat up in his bed that perplexed morning. Because he might be able to help her. Because he was a man and knew the world. Did he, poor fellow? And because he could desire nothing more than to devote himself to her service. To do him justice, this was the uppermost thought in his mind. She was entangled in an unhappy marriage, and of course there was no hope or chance for him. But youth is often very generous in its love, and glories in the idea of suppression and self-sacrifice, and service rendered to the loved one at the cost of one's own self-effacement and surrender. As men grow older, this feeling grows colder, but it is sometimes very fond and true in youth. This was the feeling that filled Jim Conrad's mind. All hope for himself must die, but he might be able to serve and help her. How, he did not even stop to consider. It was the early hour of a lovely autumnal morning in Paris, and the sun was streaming in at the windows, and all the world was young again, and anything seemed possible to the generous and half-poetic mind. Jim had now a sudden, wild, inane longing to see Miss Vine, if she must be called Miss Vine, once again before he went back to London and to his new life. But he did not want to see her in the presence of the Moorfields, and he had yet to pay his formal visit of farewell to the Moorfields, and he did not want a common farewell to all. How times had changed for him since that day, the other day, ages ago, a few weeks ago, since first he met the Moorfields at the table d'hôte. All the world had changed for him since then. And he had a strange foreshadowing creeping over him that the change which had been was as nothing to the change that would be. In the mind and in the heart, in the spirit and in the sense of this healthy, vigorous, plucky, well-read, well-cultured young man, there was what Hamlet calls a kind of fighting that sometimes, he could not tell wherefore, made him wish that he were a woman, and could relieve his feelings by what women call a good cry. But in place of having a good cry, Jim had a bad breakfast. Not that the food of the Grand Hotel was bad, but that the appetite somehow would not come just then for any food. Then he wandered out and found his way to the Bois de Boulogne and to the accustomed place. He leaned over the railings and looked at the still somewhat far-distant spot where he had picked up the ring, the ill-gifted ring, as he assumed it to be. His dream had naturally revived his interest in the ring, and he thought he would go and stand, as nearly as his memory would allow him, on the very spot where he had found it. "I want to see it for the last time," he said to himself, "for I shall never come to Paris again." Alas, how easily fond youth tells itself in its heart trouble that it will never come to this, that, or the other particular place again. Just as he was about to scramble over the railings, he happened to look round, and light came into the avenue, for there was Clelia Vine, walking slowly and all alone on the footpath, and coming towards him. Suddenly, irresistibly, the thought of his dream flashed up in his mind. He went to meet her. The unexpected meeting seemed to have embarrassed them both. She was the first to recover her self-possession.
"So early,"
she said, with a kindly smile, and something very like a blush.
"I often walk here in the morning,"
he answered stupidly.
"Don't you?"
"Sometimes, yes. Not often. Seldom, indeed. Only when the mood takes me."
"The mood? What mood?"
"Why, that mood,"
she answered, now with self-possession quite recovered.
"The mood to walk out early and to walk here."
"Oh, yes," he said blankly. "Quite so."
Then he hurriedly added,
"I'm leaving for London to-night, you know."
"As if I didn't know. As if I hadn't driven you away."
"Oh, no, you haven't driven me away."
"Well, of course you will see Mrs. Morefield and Gertrude before you leave Paris?"
"Yes, indeed, yes. I could not possibly leave without saying good-bye to them. I owe them too much of kindness."
"You speak very solemnly," she said, with a somewhat melancholy smile. "It is not likely that you are to say a farewell of them for ever."
"Well, I don't know. I have vague ideas of going into some quite new, far-off country, and striking out some new path. But never mind about that just now. What way are you walking?"
"I was thinking of turning back," she said sadly.
For she knew what was meant by the longing to go off to the far foreign country.
"May I walk a little with you? I'm not going back to the hotel just yet."
"Oh, yes, I shall be delighted. At least, I don't quite know about being delighted, for I am sorry to hear you talk about throwing yourself away on some strange and far-off country."
"One must do something."
"One needn't do that."
They now turned round and began to walk slowly towards the Arch of Triumph and the city. They walked for a few paces in silence. Conrad had much to say, or thought he had, but the words froze upon his lips. A woman less sincere than Clelia would have affected not to notice his embarrassment. She came to the point at once.
"You have something to say to me, Mr. Conrad. I know you have."
"Not very much, or to any great purpose, but—"
"Yes, tell me."
She spoke encouragingly, winningly.
"Is there anything I could help you in?" he asked bluntly.
"You? Oh, no, there is nothing at all."
"Why not?"
"Because what could you do?"
Well, that is exactly what I do not know. But you might, perhaps, be able to tell me."
"Oh, no, there is nothing. You see, I have good friends."
"Women, yes."
"Come, now, don't let Gertrude hear you speak in that contemptuous tone about women and their help."
"Indeed, I had not the faintest notion of the kind. Only there are things in which a man can help a woman better than a woman can. Don't you remember the story of the woman's rights woman in America who happened to get left alone in a log house on the frontier of an Indian territory?"
"No. What was the matter with her?"
"Well, she confessed to her secret heart that, when it came to a question of loading and discharging a shotgun, she kinder preferred to have a man around."
Clelia smiled a sort of thanks for kind inquiries smile.
"Yes," she answered, "but there is no need of a shotgun in this case."
"No, I suppose not. But you would understand my illustration all the same."
"My dear friend, of course I understand your illustration. I think I understand you and your illustration too, but in plain words, you can do nothing for me. Nothing in life can ever be well with me again."
"Oh, pray don't talk like that,"
he exclaimed passionately, in protest against this sentence of despair.
"What is the use of not saying it? I don't say it to everyone. I say it only to you and to Gertrude. I have never said it even to Mrs. Moorfield, whom I love with quite a tender affection. Nothing in life can ever be well with me again."
"I do not even know your trouble," he said rather sullenly.
"You do not. Why should you be troubled with it? You cannot help me out of my trouble."
"Is your husband living?" he asked abruptly.
"He is. At least, I suppose he is."
"Do you hope he is?"
The words escaped him before he quite understood what their effect on her would be. She drew herself back with the appearance of a certain shock.
"My husband is my husband," she said coldly. "I am not likely to wish for his death."
No, of course not,"
poor Jim said disconsolately.
"I didn't mean that at all."
"Then I wonder, Mr. Conrad, what did you mean?"
"I really don't know. I had a vague but very strong sense of wishing to serve you somehow, and I suppose I wanted first of all to get at the facts of your story."
"You can't get at the facts of my story, or any of them," she said, "unless I choose to tell you, and I shall not tell you, for it would not do me any good or you any good. Now, Mr. Conrad, listen to me. You have been very kind and sympathetic and sweet to me. I value — oh, you do not know how much — your kindness and your sweetness and your sympathy. But it is only a waste of your time to try to help me in any way. There are others whom you might help. You can't help me. You do not know anything about me."
"Suppose I should ever know — suppose I should ever come to guess something about you?"
"You could not," she said composedly. "It is impossible."
"Impossible? Oh, nothing in life is impossible. I may know yet."
"About me?"
"About you.
She stopped short. "You have told me," she said, "that you will never try to find out."
"Yes, I have told you that, and of course I shall never try to find out. But suppose I were, by some strange fate, intermixed somehow in your life?"
"That I hope, Mr. Conrad."
"Mr. Conrad? You called me Jim only yesterday."
She smiled a sweet, pleading smile.
"Then I was saying good-bye."
"Now you are really saying good-bye."
"Very well, then, if it pleases you, Jim."
"Yes, go on."
"What were we saying? Oh, yes. You said that you might, by some strange fate, be intermixed somehow in my life."
"Yes, well?"
"Well, I hope you will never be, for your sake and for mine. There. Good-bye."
That parting was over. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Riddle Ring by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Back to London. Jim Conrad found himself again in London. He had been there for several weeks. It was late in the year, and there was a dull, slight fog, not disguising, but only confusing reality, and even Piccadilly looked dismal, and Jim's heart went metaphorically down to his boots. He shivered mentally over the prospects of the winter. He had been hurt very badly, he told himself again and again, and all there was left for him was to get over it as soon as he possibly could. Life looked very dreary before him, and the only prospect that seemed to attract him was that of going away to some new country on some new enterprise, and not coming back any more. When one is very young, one has such dreams. Later on, men learn that they generally come back from all sorts of places, and that London does not care whether they come or whether they go. That, too, is somewhat of a healthful, invigorating experience, which helps to knock the nonsense out of one. But the experience had not yet come to Jim Conrad, and so he brooded over his personal trouble in his own sort of way. Of course, he was far too manly and too well trained a youth to show any of his troubles to the outer world. For all his boyish nature, he had a good deal of the reflective social philosopher about him, and he was quite possessed of the fact that nobody cares a straw for the love troubles of anybody else. Jim could remember some terrible bores who used to inflict upon him all the story of their own griefs and failures in love. These were certainly many shades less exasperating than the class of cads, well-born or lowly, who came on him with long tales of their triumphs and conquests in love. For such as these Jim had nothing but contempt, and could not even put on an appearance of patience and sympathy. But the poor fellows who liked to tell of their misfortunes ought by that very right, that sacred right of misfortune, to have some claim to be heard by compassionate ears. Yet all the same Jim found them bores, and he was sure they would in their turn find him a bore if he were to ask them to listen to his tale of woe. So he kept his tale of woe to himself, and he suffered much, but without any parade of his sufferings. He did not choose that any doors should peck at his heart, therefore he did not wear it on his sleeve. He quite appreciated his own experiences. He thoroughly understood the vast difference between the sort of sentimentalism in which he had spontaneously indulged himself towards his good-for-nothing first love, and the deep, unsought-for passion with which he was filled for Clelia Vine. In truth, a young man's first love, like a young woman's, is, in 99 cases out of 100, a mere phantom and ecstasy. The young man or the young woman is longing to be in love with somebody, and the first alluring figure which comes in the way seems heaven-sent to be the object of homage. Jim now smiled half pitifully, half contemptuously, at his facetious and fanciful attempt at love-making, and thought to himself often, even in his present distress, how lucky it was for him that the girl had found a better match, and had frankly thrown him over. Suppose it had been his fate to marry that girl? He would rather, 1,000 times rather, have his present disappointment than that sort of success. And yet, what a short time had passed since his Rosaline seemed all-sufficing to him, the time before he met Juliet, Clelia Vine. Clelia Vine. The name sent a sort of pang through him. Clelia Vine. Was Vine her name now? No, he supposed not. He assumed not. She had probably, for whatever reason, gone back to her maiden name. Mrs. Moorfield always called her Clelia Vine, and yet did not know that she had ever been married. Should he ever come to know her name? Should he ever come to know her husband? It would be strange if he did come to meet him without knowing in the least who he was. Such things were very possible in a place like London, where everybody comes and whence everybody goes, and where, roughly speaking, nobody really knows anything about anybody. Meanwhile, Conrad went about in the usual way. He frequented the Voyagers' Club. He looked into a theatre now and then. He read the morning and the evening papers. He strolled sometimes in the lonely and spectral Row. Not many of his more intimate friends were yet in town. There were hardly any doors to open to him. As he put it himself, there was hardly a house where, if he knocked, there was any chance of the latch being lifted. But there were still, or already, a good many of his chance and bachelor friends knocking about town, and on the whole Jim had a fairly good time. He tried over and over again to settle down and begin his first novel, but his mind did not seem to bite into any subject. If he had been really hard up, he would probably have found a story long before, but if a young man has enough to live upon for the present without recourse to literature, he is apt to be very fastidious about his first choice of a literary venture. Jim had a vague notion still that he ought to write something about the ring, but it was only a vague notion, and had not consolidated or crystallized itself at all so far. It should be said that he had shown the ring to a London goldsmith and jeweller, with whom his family had long been acquainted, and whom he felt that he could trust. And from this authority he learned that the ring was undoubtedly of an English family pattern, but was apparently made in India, of delicate-fingered Indian workmanship. Some member of an English household, being in India, had probably had a family ring duplicated under the hands of Indian artificers. This may have brought Conrad a little nearer to the gate of the mystery, but it certainly did not furnish him with any clue or thread to guide his way in that direction. It did not seem to give any vitality to his dream in Paris, that last night there. He was beginning to be in a sort of way impatient with the ring, in the mood of Alexander when he relieved his mind about the plaguing Gordian knot. He sometimes could have found it in his heart to throw the ring into the Thames or the Serpentine. Jim's rooms at Clarges Street were on the second floor. The sitting-room had a balcony and looked on the street. The rooms were modest, like their owner's means. Still, they had what might be called an air of expectancy about them. The younger son of a younger son, if he feels himself conscious of any capacity in himself at all, is always bound to be expectant. Such a youth cannot but think that he will some day or other add to his gift of birth his gift of brains. Now, Jim Conrad had got into the confirmed habit of believing that he had in him that which passeth show. In other words, that he had a literary endowment which would one day be materialized into cheques. Therefore he had set out his sitting-room and bedroom with a certain appearance of luxury. He was fond of great books in precious editions, with uncut leaves and approved bindings. He was fond of first editions and other such costly and keenly competed for possessions. Perhaps he did not greatly care to read the books which he had thus stored up in the precious packets. At all events, if he did read the texts of the authors, and he sometimes did, he wisely preferred to read them in cheap editions. His sitting-room contained some good etchings and some fine prints. Also, there were some colour sketches given him by professional painters and others, mostly, perhaps, by amateur artists who were friends of his, and among his books were counted, it should be said, many presentation copies, chiefly, it is true, by authors who had not as yet achieved supreme distinction. On the whole, there was a look of ease and even of luxury about the rooms which might have beguiled many a fond creditor and have suggested the idea of great expectations. Jim had had his own expectations. A near relative, who was very rich, had once undertaken to have charge of the boy and to make him his heir, but the near relative had, at the age of 55, fallen in love with a pretty and penniless young woman and married her, and become the parent of 2 children, the eldest a boy, and there was an end of Jim Conrad's chances. Jim did not mind very much. The world was all before him, and he had enough to live on in his mother's money, and he thought his uncle was right enough in marrying again. And anyhow the world was all before him, and he did not care. But his rooms in Clarges Street still bore evidence to the existence of the days when he believed that he was the destined heir to his uncle's fortune. Even yet, when that hope had set for ever, Jim managed to keep on buying curious editions, and had a credit with Hachette for the looking out of obsolete volumes and rare chapbooks. Each man has his own idea of a prize, but unluckily for himself, Jim Conrad had set his heart on a considerable variety of prizes. He wanted the best of everything, and he certainly ought to have had his uncle's fortune in order to gratify his wants. Nobody knew whence he had got the literary ambition which had for a long time filled his mind. Not one of his family had done much, or indeed anything, in the literary way. The Conrads of Northumberland had, on the whole, rather despised literature. They were somewhat of the opinion of the German official at one of the small German courts of past days, who, in giving his authoritative directions as to precedence, declared that the professors and the literary men ranked immediately after the boot-blacks. But Jim, thus wholly discouraged, had from his earliest days had a passion for literature and art. He was constantly in the company of painters and poets and dramatists and critics and novelists, and the writers of leading articles and such-like folk. He loved the Voyagers' Club because he had a vast yearning for foreign travel, and he made it part of his ambition to scour the seas some day. He had some diffidence when it was first proposed to him that he should be put up for membership at the Voyagers' Club.
"But I have never voyaged," he pleaded. "My good fellow," one of his friends said, "we are a very old club, and do you know what the travelling qualification is?"
No, Jim did not know.
500 miles out of London." "Oh, I think I have accomplished that," Jim modestly said. "Would Naples do?" "Right you are," his friend replied, and in due course of time Jim was elected a member of the Voyagers' Club. Jim was, on the whole, very happy when he got settled down into his independent bachelor's quarters and the Voyagers' Club. He visited other clubs as well, literary, dramatic, and journalistic. He frequented the first nights at the theatres, and he went behind when the curtain had fallen, and was received and welcomed cordially with hosts of other friends by the managers and manageresses and the leading actors and actresses, and drank champagne to their healths and successes, and had a bright time of it generally. Then he knew a good many men in politics, and in fact he had a varied opportunity of studying London life, which he naturally enjoyed. But amidst all these different attractions and distractions, he had pretty well made up his mind that his gift and his desire was to be a writer of fiction, when his love affair came across him, and for the time at least knocked all the fiction out of him. Then he went off to Paris to distract his mind away from his love trouble, and then, as we have seen, he fell into a far deeper love trouble. It is very much like that in ordinary life. If you try to get over a light trouble here, you only fall under a much heavier trouble elsewhere. So when Jim Conrad came back to London, he came back utterly hopeless and disconsolate, telling himself that the only thing for him in life to do was to go in dismally for literature, and dismally to stick to it, or else to get off on any wild enterprise to some foreign country, and make a career there, or get killed there, and so end. He gave a fair chance to the literary project. He sat down before the desk for hours together, and stared at the paper and his blotting-pad, and could not begin his novel. "It won't do," he said to himself. "I must try a new career and a far-off country."
It was in this mood of mind that he found himself thinking more and more of Mr. Waley and Mr. Waley's chief. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Riddle Ring by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Sir Francis Rose. Jim went to dine at the Voyagers' Club one evening. He never dined at home. In Clarges Street lodgings they do not count on single young men dining at home. The season had not quite arrived for Jim or anybody else to be much invited out to dine, and so he was very glad of the Voyagers' Club. There were not many people in the dining-room when he went in, but he went in rather early, for he intended to see something at a theatre that night, and seeing anything at a theatre meant an early dinner, and Jim had not yet grown old enough to be much put out by an early dinner. So he settled down to his table, and he looked over the bill of fare, and he did not seem to care what he had to eat, but he chose, with an air of interest that ought to have impressed any ordinary waiter, some oysters and a soup and a grill and that sort of thing, and then he felt relieved. He was still in that time of youth when a man thinks that he ought not to let the club waiters know that he cares little or nothing about the actual materials of his dinner. Suddenly he heard a vigorous voice that he knew. At a table near to him 2 newcomers were sitting down. Looking up, he saw Mr. Waley and a man who was unknown to him, a youngish-looking man with a pince-nez and a pale, handsome face. The moment he looked up, his eyes met the eyes of Mr. Waley, and found in them an instant and a gladsome recognition.
"Now I call this a most remarkable meeting,"
Mr. Waley exclaimed in his cheery way.
"You are the 2 chaps, the 2 men, I mean, that I most particularly wanted to bring together. And so here we are, don't you know. Mr. Conrad, I want to introduce to you my friend and fellow North Countryman, Sir Francis Rose."
Sir Francis Rose. Jim had often heard the name in his earlier days. It was the name of a younger son of a great Northumbrian family who had had a very stormy youth, and wandered through many countries, and was supposed to have been engaged in various extraordinary enterprises. And Jim had vaguely heard of late that the prodigal had returned to England, having, by an utterly unexpected series or succession of deaths, become the heir to the title and the estate. If he had had time to think of the matter, Jim would have expected to see a man of Herculean proportions and daredevil appearance. He saw, however, a slender man, not much above the middle height, with a pale, handsome face and deep, dark eyes, whose light was dimmed by a pince-nez, with close, delicate, decisive lips, opening to show white teeth. A man quietly but fashionably dressed, a man with a somewhat melancholy and outworn expression, a man apparently about 40 years of age, or a little more perhaps.
"How early he must have gone into life,"
was almost the first thought that came into Jim's mind.
"Why, I used to hear of his extraordinary doings when I was only a child."
All this passed through Jim's consciousness in a single flash of enlightenment. The introduction was satisfactorily accomplished, and Sir Francis Rose and Jim Conrad shook hands.
"Now, look here,"
Mr. Waley said, beaming with delight.
"Are you beginning dinner, or are you nearly through, as they say in America?"
"I am only just beginning," Jim said, to whom alone the question could have been addressed.
"Then why shouldn't we 3 dine together?"
Waley urged.
"I have been particularly wanting you 2 to meet, and now, you see, Providence in its particularly kindly way arranges for the meeting."
"I shall be only too glad," Jim said frankly.
"I was just sitting down to a lonely dinner, and I shall be delighted to have good company."
"I am sure it is only too kind of you, Mr. Conrad," Sir Francis Rose said in a sweet, clear voice. "I always felt sure I should meet you somewhere, and my friend Waley often talked to me of you. I am so glad that Waley and I are lucky enough to have the chance of dining with you so soon, and, I am not sorry to say, in this unexpected sort of way." Waley bustled about to give orders for the combination of the dinners. Jim noticed at a glance that the business of making arrangements fell to the part of Waley, although he did not understand that Waley was a member of the club, and he understood that Sir Francis Rose was. The waiters, having received Mr. Waley's instructions, looked to Sir Francis, and Sir Francis simply nodded his assent. The arrangements were made, and the three were dining together. Jim had been thinking of a pint of claret for himself, but Mr. Waley had already commanded champagne all round. "I am glad to have the chance of making your acquaintance, Mr. Conrad," Sir Francis said, in his singularly sweet voice, a voice the tones of which seemed to caress the ear. "I am glad because you are a North Country man like myself. I know your name quite well, of course, and I know something about your family, and I am glad, too, because my friend Waley has been telling me about you."
"I am very much pleased to meet you, Sir Francis," Jim said. "I need hardly tell you that I have often heard your name up in the North Country."
"And not mentioned with absolute commendation, I dare say," Sir Francis observed with a quiet smile. "I know quite well that for a long time the sound of my name was a sound of fear to most of my friends, and I dare say to all of my family. People hadn't got accustomed in those days to young men striking out a path for themselves, and became quite shocked if the country squire's son was audacious enough to make money in a new way in a money-making world. Well, I have now become the country squire myself, but I am not quite certain whether I shall be able to settle down to country squiredom for the rest of my life." He spoke carelessly, as if it did not much matter either way.
"Not while Albert Edward Waley is at your elbow to drive you along,"
his friend and admirer said with animation. It was curious and interesting to note, as Jim thought, how Mr. Waley gazed upon his chief with eyes in which delight and admiration beamed, or rather blazed. Jim's heart went out to Waley merely because of his undisguised devotion.
"I don't care," he said to himself, "what they have done or what they are doing. I like that poor chap because of his honest devotion to his chief."
"You were thinking of going abroad, Mr. Conrad? I mean somewhere quite off the beaten track. So our friend Waley has been telling me lately."
"Yes, I want to go somewhere, for a time at least. I want to get fresh ideas, new material. I want to write books and things."
"Something has gone wrong," Rose said, with a melancholy and very sympathetic smile. "Yes, I could see that in your face. Something goes wrong with most men, and drives them into adventure. It is good for them in the end. If something had not gone wrong with me when I was, well, yes, somewhere about your age, I should probably have remained in England and led a respectable life, and been unspeakably dull and bored and boring. I could never have been the social outlaw of 5 continents.
"I don't know that I've had any particular ambition in that way," Jim answered smilingly, "but I do want to knock about a little and see other worlds than those I have seen already."
"Take care," Sir Francis said gravely. "Remember, if you begin, you will probably have to go on. The thirst will come in drinking. I have almost always found that if you start by wanting novelties, you will finish by wanting novelties, and will die, perhaps, in trying to get them."
"Well," Jim answered composedly, "a man can but dree his weird." "I don't think I know the meaning of that," Waley interposed.
"It is not necessary that you should, my dear Waley," Rose said, with the gentle tone of one who seeks to quieten a too questioning child. "You don't want to know everything, do you, and to leave nothing to Mr. Conrad and me?"
"Oh, you both know a lot more than I do. But if it's anything improper—"
"Which it certainly is not," said Jim.
"Probably, if it was, I should know something about it,"
Mr. Whaley said in a contented sort of tone.
"I suppose it's poetry of some sort, and I never could make anything of poetry. But I like a sensation."
"He does, Mr. Conrad," the chief observed. "I never yet saw the sensational encounter or crisis of any kind that could put Albert Whaley out." Whaley smiled delightedly at this commendation.
"A man must be good for something,"
he pleaded in modest self-depreciation.
"And if I was to be easily frightened, why, then, don't you know, I shouldn't be good for anything in this world. Chaps like you and Mr. Conrad have lots to spare, but chaps like me haven't, and that's where it is."
"Mr. Whaley is a good deal of a philosopher," Jim said. "I saw that in him on our very first acquaintance." "What you see in him, you'll see in him to the end," Sir Francis said.
"That's so,"
Mr. Whaley briefly affirmed. He had picked up a good deal of American phraseology in America. "I have not been to this club for a long time until lately," Rose said. "I used to be fond of it in my earlier London days, but of late I have not been so much about London. And then I fancy I should be a very unpopular personage at most of my clubs if I had the extreme unwisdom to go to any of them very often. Do you know that I used to be rather proud of saying, when I was younger, and more defiant of the world's laws, that I could get any candidate blackballed at any club I belonged to?"
"How could you do that?"
Jim asked, somewhat simply.
"How, my dear boy? You are youthful, to be sure. Why, of course, by proposing or seconding him."
Jim saw that he had missed a point, and allowed his languid friend to entrap him in a certain sense. "Yes, I was very unpopular then," Sir Francis went on, "and, do you know, I rather enjoyed it. Now I don't. At least, I don't think so. I am not young any more. I don't quite know whether I would be young again if I could. But anyhow, I am not young, and I don't take the same joy in strife that I once did. Do you know that I have sometimes had, for all my friend Whaley may say, an idea of settling down into the life of a quiet country squire, and seeing how that would suit me. If I really felt an inclination that way, I would follow it out whithersoever it might lead me."
"I shall never have the chance of trying it," said Jim, "and," he added decisively, "I don't care."
"Well, I like your plucky way of looking at things. Don't care is good enough for most affairs in life. I think I might say it has been my motto always. But somehow I should have thought you had more of what is called earnestness and principle — yes, principle — in you. I should have thought you would want to know what you ought to do."
"Yes, I should like to know what I ought to do,"
Jim said doggedly, as if he were maintaining some truth which, for the moment, he felt rather ashamed of admitting. "I thought so. Do you know that I feel inclined to envy you?"
"To envy me? Yes? Why?"
"Because I sometimes think it must be a relief to the mind to have that kind of moral compass to steer by. Yes, I have sometimes thought that. I never had any feeling of the kind myself. I always thought that it was quite as free to me to steer one course as another, and so I always followed my own fancy."
"Most men do, I am afraid,"
Jim said, not knowing exactly what he ought to say. "Yes, most men do, perhaps, but I am told that they have heart struggles and conscience struggles and all that sort of thing. Now, I have never felt anything of the kind. No, never once. I have made my own sensations and my own inclinations my guide, and have followed them wherever they chose to carry me, and they have carried me fairly well so far. I have knocked a great deal of enjoyment out of life. I have been in all manner of queer adventures and out-of-the-way places. Why, I remember when I was once caught and carried off by a lioness in South Africa." And he stopped and began apparently to think it all over again.
"Yes?"
Jim stimulated him, much interested.
"A lioness in South Africa?"
"Well, let me see. Of course, that lioness in South Africa. Look here, she had for the moment frightened away some of my friends, and the lioness took me up in her mouth and trotted away with me, as easily as a cat might carry off a mouse. Her jaws bit into me, and I soon fainted with pain and loss of blood. But as long as I had any consciousness left, I only felt that I was going through a new sensation. That and nothing more, I do assure you. Please don't think I'm bragging about my courage. It wasn't a question of courage. Many a man of 10 times my courage in the face of danger would have felt quite differently."
"I think I understand," Jim said quietly. He felt that he did understand.
"You see, another man, and a better man, and a braver man might have thought nothing of that vulgar joy in mere novelty of sensation. It's merely vulgar, I know it. While the lioness was carrying him off, the better and braver man would have been thinking of his wife and his children away in England, and how they would feel when they read the completed story of his trip with the lioness, and he wouldn't have enjoyed the whole adventure. I had no children to think of, and not much else to think of at that time, and so I was able to appreciate the sensation. You have no idea how curiously it all felt."
"I am sure I should have been horribly afraid,"
said Jim, in the profoundest sincerity. "No doubt you would. Of course you would," Rose replied placidly. "Any very young man would. You see, a young man has so much to live for, and so much to look forward to, so many lives to enjoy, in fact. And he naturally doesn't want to have all his prospects cut off by the bite of a villainous old cat of a lioness. But I had gone through the best part of my life, and had enjoyed all the familiar and what I may call the routine sensations. So I had a certain kind of enjoyment in the new sensation of being carried off by a lioness. Not that I was not very glad when I recovered my senses, for, as I told you, I fainted off quite soon, to find that I was among my friends again, and that I was alive, and it was the lioness who was dead. I was glad to live to have some other new sensations even yet."
"Well," Jim said, "you have plenty of time still before you for all manner of new sensations."
"Ah, well, I'm getting on in years, although I can't say that I feel the pull just yet. But the pull will come, and very soon, no doubt."
"Then there will be the sensation of growing old," Jim said with a smile. "That will be something new, and something, I hope, to be enjoyed on your comprehensive principle."
"Ah, yes, the art of being a grandfather, as Victor Hugo describes it. That might count for something. But then I can't be a grandfather because I have not been a father." Jim suddenly remembered what Waley had told him about the chief's unhappy marriage, and did not follow farther out on that branch of the conversation. There was silence for a moment, and then Rose began again. "You are staying in town for some time, are you not, Mr. Conrad?" he asked of Jim.
"Oh, yes, I am staying in town for some time, I think. I am not quite certain about my movements, but just at present nothing actually beckons me out of town."
"Ah, I see," Rose said, with his quiet smile. Jim did not quite see what it was that Rose saw, but he did not think it necessary to make any inquiry, and so that matter too dropped. Jim had got it into his mind that Sir Francis regarded him somehow as the victim of a love-lorn passion, and it is a curious thing how few young men care to be regarded in that sort of light. Young men in general may fan and feed on the disappointed passion all to themselves, but they do not want elder and more experienced men to spy it out at once and tacitly to condole with them upon it. "Well, I hope we shall meet often. I have an enterprise in my mind that may come to something, and if you want a change of scene for any reason, you can have a chance of it if you will."
"Thanks,"
said Jim bluntly.
"We shall meet again."
"We are sure to meet again," Rose said sweetly, and then the little company broke up. Rose and his henchman went one way, Jim went another. Jim was undoubtedly much impressed by his new acquaintance. He was, in a manner, fascinated by Sir Francis Rose. In the first instance he was a good deal surprised. From all that he had vaguely heard, and even more vaguely remembered, of the Northumbrian wanderer, he had formed the idea of a man of commanding presence and self-asserting manner, a picture of what might be called a young lady's pirate, if young ladies cared anything about pirates in these days of introspection and problems of sex. Again, when he heard from Waley of his all-accomplished, all-commanding, unnamed chief, he had also made up his mind to the idea of some strong and strenuous figure. He smiled at his own absurdity.
"Surely," he thought to himself, "I might have known that a man is always the very opposite of what you expect him to be. The wild revolutionist of the platform is a meek, domestic little man in private, rather apt to be afraid of his wife. The advocate of peace at any price is a burly, dogmatic giant, and so on. I might have known. I am afraid I shall not very soon master the novel-writing trade, to which I am trying to apprentice myself."
After all this surprise, however, came a certain distrust. Jim was inclined to shrink from the sort of fascination or mastery that even already Rose was beginning to exercise over him. There seemed something uncanny, if one might put it so, about his outworn melancholy and his avowed craving for the perpetual stimulant of new sensation. Had he any scruples? Had he any principles? No doubt he had the ordinary code of honour which every man brought up as an English gentleman professes to adopt. He doubtless would not cheat at cards or at billiards, but he would probably, without the smallest reluctance or hesitation, win the money of men who could not play as well as he could. Yes, but did not all men do that? Conrad asked himself. Sir Francis Rose had certainly taken some pains, if he were a man who could be said to take pains about anything, to impress him with the fact that everything he did was done upon the square, as Mr. Waley would probably have put it, and assuredly no rumours had ever reached Jim's ears at all to the discredit of the roving Northumbrian in that way. Still, it was not all this which puzzled Jim so much as Sir Francis Rose himself, and his tone and his frank admission that he lived only for new sensations and surprises, and at the same time the kindly way in which he every now and then stopped to warn Jim against being led to follow his example. It was plain to Jim that Sir Francis felt a certain interest in him, perhaps a sort of local interest in him, but did not think him by any means a capture sufficiently important in the adventuring way to take any particular trouble about. He seemed to regard Jim as one might regard a bright and plucky schoolboy, and nothing more. If Jim had been just a little more introspective, he might have come on the self-discovery that he was only made the more eager to share in one of Rose's enterprises by the very warnings which Sir Francis gave to young men not to set their hearts too much on new sensations. For, although he certainly felt fascinated in one sense, Jim felt a little irritated too. There was the immemorial irritation of the young man against the man who, not yet old or nearly old, seems to have had such a varied experience of life, and makes much of it, and blandly patronizes the younger man, for whom all that is as yet only a possibility, and for whom, perhaps, it is never to come. Jim was annoyed, in a curious way, at the superior sort of manner in which Sir Francis Rose seemed to take it on himself to assume what Jim's troubles were, and to suggest the best remedy for them. It was the manner of a man who wished to say, "I have drained all life's sensations to the dregs, and you, poor youth, have hardly taken the first sip of them, and will never, I venture to think, drink anything like so deep down in the cup as I have done." Therefore Jim, as he walked home that night, was perhaps conscious, above all other things, of a desire to let Sir Francis Rose know that he, too, Jim Conrad of the Northumbrian Conrads, had an adventurous spirit and a daring heart, and that to him adventures would come easy. He was almost morbidly anxious to meet Sir Francis Rose again. As he walked homeward, his thoughts, however, began to arrange themselves in more artificial order.
"I might make copy out of it," he said to himself. "There might be the idea of a rattling good story got out of it, if he were to give me a chance of an adventure."
So he beguiled his mind. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Riddle Ring by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. That Lady is not now living. The livid, monotonous London winter had worn itself out, and spring was coming again. Jim Conrad continued to meet his two friends now and again at the Voyagers' Club. Rose talked incessantly about the scheme he had in preparation, and in which he proposed to enlist the services of Conrad. But Jim did not yet know in the least what it was all about, and Sir Francis seemed to wish to convey to him each time the idea that the moment had not yet quite arrived when the seal of secrecy might be fairly broken. Jim waited without impatience. He would have been glad to get a chance of some stirring part to play which would take him out of England and out of his recollections, and might give him a hope of writing a rattling story, and so opening up a literary career. For he began to think of late that he had not the imaginative faculty which could construct a story all out of his own head, as the children say. He began to fear that he had not even imagination enough to construct a story out of a text supplied to him, for look at the discovery of the castaway ring. Surely there were men and women who, if set down to make a story out of that theme, as a teacher of painting puts his pupils to work each and all on one given subject, would each of them within a limited amount of time make a story which could solve the enigma in some striking and plausible way, each giving it a different interpretation, and each interpretation commending itself to a different order of mind. But Jim had tried to make a story, any sort of intelligible and coherent story, out of the ring mystery, and had failed.
"It is all to no purpose," he began to think. "I have no imagination. I have no invention. I must give up the whole idea of storytelling, or go and find some adventures that have simply to be written down, and made to glow from first sight with their genuine surroundings and atmosphere. Perhaps I ought to give up the business altogether. But I will not give it up yet," he said to himself doggedly. "I do believe I have something in me, and anyhow, it is about the only thing I have to live for."
So he longed to be sent on some perilous expedition anywhere, and although he could not quite make out what Sir Francis Rose was doing in the expeditionary way, he was still most anxious to get a chance of proving that he could do something brave and clever. One morning, as he was consuming his early tea and toast, he got a letter from Sir Francis Rose. It was dated from a flat in the near neighbourhood of Berkeley Square. Berkeley Square has of late been much invaded by the piles of red brick flats. Its aristocratic pretensions are rudely shadowed by these huge and aggressive structures, populous enough, or at all events trying to be populous enough, for a city insula of imperial Rome. Young as Conrad was, he could recollect a time when the builder's flat had not yet profaned the immediate neighbourhood of Berkeley Square. Even at that moment the thought crossed his mind, but he had other things of greater import to think about, and so he let it cross and go its way. He opened the letter and found that it was a pressing invitation to come to luncheon that day, they two alone, to talk over a matter of some importance, perhaps to both of them. Jim thought the matter over for a moment or two, then decided to go, and sent off a telegram to announce his acceptance of the invitation. Then he strolled along Piccadilly to St. James's Square, and he had a look in at the Voyagers' Club to read the papers. There were not many men in the newspaper room, and he had almost his pick and choose of the papers. He took up the latest Galignani, and was turning it over rather apathetically, but still with a sort of idea that he might find something there about the movements of certain vanished friends of his, when his eyes rested on a paragraph which made his heart and his throat swell. It was this: Death of a beneficent English lady. Our readers will grieve with us to know of the death of that most generous and beneficent of Englishwomen, Mrs. Morefield, widow of the late Rochester Morefield of Morefield Hall, Shrewsbury, and formerly of Morefield Lodge, South Kensington, London. The fame of Mrs. Morefield as a benefactress belongs not only to England, but to the northern and southern shores of the Mediterranean. On the Riviera, in southern Italy, in Sicily, in Egypt, in Algeria, her philanthropic exertions were well known and thoroughly appreciated. She had given public parks to crowded neighbourhoods. She had founded colleges for the teaching of girls. She had provided playgrounds in quarters alive with poor children, and all she did with a quiet beneficence which shrank from making itself known. Mrs. Morefield had long been in delicate health, said to have arisen from lung troubles and heart troubles combined. She had for many years been compelled to pass her winters abroad. She was lately staying at a villa which she had taken just outside Algiers on the way to Beermondrees, when she was attacked by a sudden faintness, and expired almost without warning. Her daughter, Miss Gertrude Morefield, and a young lady, a close friend of the family, were with her when she died. It is assumed that Miss Morefield will be the sole heiress of her mother's great wealth. Jim put down the paper, and he could not help feeling as if he should like to shed tears. The news gave him a terrible shock, which was rather increased than made less by the formal, stereotyped manner of the newspaper announcement. He had from the very first been greatly charmed by Mrs. Morefield. Her sweet and lucid nature had a great attraction for him. He always thought he could see quite into her kindly, forbearing, and loving temperament. He had watched with a really tender interest her anxious care of her daughter, her fear lest her own ill health and her enforced absences from London might become a weariness to Gertrude. He had observed how she watched for any indications of weariness or discontent on the part of Gertrude, as another anxious mother might look out for the warnings of incipient consumption on the cheek or the lips of her only daughter. He had noticed, too, the sort of sweet, unconscious rivalry that seemed to be going on between mother and daughter. the struggle of the one to find out, the struggle of the other to conceal, any, even the faintest, suggestion of dissatisfaction with the mode of life which the health of the mother imposed upon them. In an early chapter of this story it has been said that on this kind of observation Conrad soon made up his mind as to the natures of the two sweet women, and every day and every hour he had spent with them only deepened his conviction. And now Gertrude was alone in life. Now she might go where she pleased. There was no longer any motive for that sweet and loving self-sacrifice. Oh, how well he knew that she would miss even that very self-sacrifice! How well he knew what a delight it was to her to make her mother believe that she cared nothing about London, and nothing about England or about home, lest the fond mother might reproach herself with being even the innocent cause of the daughter's frequent expatriation. His eyes were dimmed as he thought of that girl left alone, without the mother for whom she lived, in some picturesque, dreary, intolerable Moorish villa outside Algiers, dreary and intolerable in the shadow of that death, but hardly more dreary and intolerable than any other place in all the world would be just now. He knew she would not be alone, not all alone. Clelia would be with her. But, lover though he was, he could not bring himself to believe that the companionship even of Clelia would be as much to Gertrude as it would be to him. Still, it was a relief to know that Clelia would be with her, that Clelia would stay with her, that Clelia, having known misery herself, would understand how to succour the miserable. A keen pang of pain went through him as he remembered what things Clelia had said to him about Gertrude and about Gertrude's care for him. And he had, for a moment, a wild thought of hurrying off to the southern shore of the Mediterranean, and taking Gertrude's hand in his, and telling her that some day he would try his best to make her happy again. Why should he not? Clelia could never be any more than his friend, and she had told him that she would be his friend none the less if he were to marry Gertrude. Why should he not? Alas, he could give no reason why, except that he had rendered up his heart to a woman who could not marry him, who could not and would not allow herself to love him. Conrad was certainly not ungenerous or selfish. His love troubles seemed for the moment of small account when compared with the bereavement of poor Gertrude Morefield. He remembered the kindness, sometimes almost motherly, with which Mrs. Morefield had always welcomed him. He remembered how lonely and unhappy he was when she and her daughter were cast like sunlight across his darkling way, and hot tears of gratitude and of grief came into his eyes. He read the paragraph in the paper over and over again, as if he could spell some sort of indirect consolation out of its journalistic English. Then he remembered his engagement to luncheon, and he had a moment's thought of sending a wire to say he could not be there. But to what avail? He asked himself. Had I not much better go through my common work of life as though nothing had happened? What good would it do to poor Gertrude Morefield, crying over the body of her dead mother, to know that I in London stayed away from a business luncheon? Will either of them write to me? He wondered. Will they leave me to know nothing more of this than I have learned from the newspaper? Just now, of course, he could not expect Miss Morefield to write, but would Clelia not write? Alas, there is much selfishness in love, be the lover as unselfish as mortal man can be. It did send a thrill of warm hope through Conrad's heart, the thought that Clelia might at such a time as that make up her mind to write to him and tell him everything, and ask him for his friendly counsel. Would they go, these two young women, alone, as Clelia had once predicted, out of the range of civilization, out into the social wilderness? Should he henceforth never more have sight or hearing of them, of either of them, of her, of her? He could not think it. He would not believe it.
"I shall see them again,"
he said, almost aloud. "I shall see her again," he whispered to his own heart. Then he pulled himself together, and he took up his hat and went forth, determined to be to all appearance just the man he was before he opened the startling newspaper. Whatever the speculations in which Sir Francis Rose was just now engaged, they certainly would not have appeared to be altogether unsuccessful in this their early stage of progress. The flat which Sir Francis Rose occupied was part of a house which stood at a corner of the street, bulging and asserting itself into aggressive red-brick prominence. Furthermore, when Jim Conrad came to the door and got out of his cab, he found a man in livery standing on the steps, white marble steps, quite outside the threshold, and not at all waiting to open the door, who asked him if he was not Mr. Conrad come to see Sir Francis Rose. So Jim, not in a mood to be much abashed by this elaborate preparation, declared that his name was Conrad, and that he had come to see Sir Francis Rose. Then the outer man, the man in the uniform, rang the bell, and when the door was opened by the liveried menial, common to the whole building, he announced that this was Mr. James Conrad, come by appointment to see Sir Francis Rose. Whereupon Jim was consigned to another official, who was charged with the business of escorting him into the presence of Sir Francis Rose. Jim might perhaps have been more impressed by all this arrangement if he had not gone into the club on his way and seen the account of the death of Mrs. Morefield. As it was, he could hardly manage to fix his attention upon anything. He was ushered into the lift, although the whole of the dizzy height he had to scale was but that of 2 flights of broad, shallow marble stairs. He was then shown into Sir Francis Rose's study, and received a warm greeting from Sir Francis Rose himself. "I'm glad you're punctual," Rose said, glancing at the little clock that stood on the chimney-piece.
"I think I'm always punctual,"
Jim said.
"We North Country men are. It is in our blood, I fancy. A Southerner, especially a Londoner, never is punctual. He couldn't be even if he tried. And, of course, like a sensible man, he doesn't try, knowing full well that he can't do it. Men should never try to do what they know they can't do. It only bores them and their fellow men. Don't you think so?" "Well, I like to try to do things."
"Ah, yes, because you can do them." A sweet silvery chime as of tiny bells was heard. It sank into the room. It tinkled on the tufted floor.
"That's for lunch," Sir Francis said. "I got that chime of tiny silver bells from one of the confiscated convents in Italy. I bought them for a mere trifle. I hate gongs and harsh noises of any kind. Come, let us have luncheon."
With a wave of his hand he gracefully motioned Conrad towards the corridor, and then to the dining-room door. Nothing could be more exquisite than the quiet ornamentation of the room, and the look of the table with its flowers, its fruits, its silver, its glass, and its china. Jim had usually a good appetite, but to-day could not greatly enjoy his lunch.
"You have a capital cook, Sir Francis,"
he said for that very reason.
"I can't help wishing now and then,"
Sir Francis said, with a tone of genuine yearning in his voice,
"that they would invent a new meat or two, and a new wine or two. Curious, isn't it, that invention is limitless in every other way, except in the matter of food and drink?" "I find the old foods and drinks fairly good," said Jim, with a smile. "This fillet steak is excellent, and that frozen salmon seemed to me a dish fit for an emperor. and I don't find any fault with this very capital claret.'
"No," Sir Francis said, with something like a sigh. "I fancy, at least I hope, that these things I offer to you to eat and drink are fairly good in their way. But why can't we have something newer and more original?"
"Why not rather stick to the whisky you're used to?"
asked audacious Jim, quoting from a popular music-hall song.
"Ah, but there it is. I hate getting used to anything. Or perhaps, to put it more frankly and correctly, I ought to say that when I get used to a thing I begin to detest it. I get to hate the joints and the cutlets and the steaks and the chops and the salmon and the entree and all the rest. I'm tired of sherry and claret and Rhine wine and champagne and port. I want some new sort of drink, new and original, don't you know, in its very idea. Can inventive science really do nothing, do you think?"
"I'm afraid I haven't turned my attention resolutely that way,"
Jim answered.
"The fact is, I don't think I ever saw the wine that I couldn't drink and enjoy, if I were in the mood for drinking at all."
"And all sorts of meats? Beef and roast mutton and that sort of thing? Boiled beef and carrots?"
"You should see me when I'm a little hungry."
"Again you are to be envied," Sir Francis said, with once more something like a sigh. "I always crave for something new. I have tried horseflesh, of course, but there is nothing really new in that. You get as much used to it in a week as you do to boiled neck of mutton, or any other utterly uninteresting and unpoetical abomination. And, you know, I rather enjoyed myself during the siege of Paris. I was quite a young fellow at the time, as you may imagine, and I was with my father. He took it into his head to see the whole thing right through, and I was, of course, only too delighted. It seemed to me, as it would to most young men, the most charming thing in the world to be a besieged resident. But my poor father, although he stood out to the end with all the pluck of a Northumbrian rose, was terribly distressed by the food, the goats and horses and dogs and cats and rats. Even then I quite enjoyed the novelty of the sensation, the dining off a cat and supping off a rat, and wondering what you could possibly get for breakfast and dinner the next day. But of course one was young then, and as we get on in life we grow corrupted, and we only like dinners when they are good." Jim suddenly awoke from a silence.
"I hope you will excuse me, Sir Francis, if I seem a little out of sorts today. The truth is that just before coming here I went into the club and took up a paper, and there I saw a scrap of news which very much distressed me."
"My dear boy, I'm so sorry. Nothing serious in a personal way, I hope?"
"No, not in that sense. The death of a dear friend."
"Oh!" Sir Francis spoke in a tone of relief. "But who is dead? So much depends upon that. Not she, I fondly trust?"
"Alas, there is no she in that sense,"
Jim replied.
"No, it is nothing of the sort. Only a dear old lady of whom I had come to be very fond."
"Well, well, old ladies must die, my dear Conrad, and I fancy your life will go on much the same. A near relation of yours?"
"Oh, no, merely a friend."
"Ah, yes. Well, that's all right. I mean, that is not so bad. You will soon get over that."
"Yes, I dare say. But there are other lives very dear to me that may not rally quite so soon."
Jim was more than half conscious that, in thus giving way to sentimentality in the presence of Sir Francis Rose, he was making himself somewhat ridiculous. But he could not help himself somehow. His heart, according to the old saying, was in his mouth. Other lives? Oh, yes. Was it her mother?
"My dear Sir Francis, as I have said already, there isn't any her, or she, or however you like to put it. But this dear old lady, and she wasn't very old either, who has just died, was the mother of a great friend of mine, and the friend of another."
There was a moment's pause. Then Rose spoke in his low, clear voice. "I think you are to be envied, Conrad, to be envied on the whole. I do indeed. I have been turning it over in my mind for this last minute or two, and I have come to the conclusion that you are really a man to be envied."
"I hadn't thought it,"
Conrad said, rather depressedly.
"It had not quite occurred to me. Would you mind telling me how and why I am a man to be envied?"
"Well, if you ask me, this is my idea. The ordinary man is wholly wrapped up in himself. Nothing matters to him that does not concern himself. The misery of a whole continent is of no concern to him if it does not happen to touch any interest of his own. You see?"
"I don't know that I do see. I don't believe that it is so."
"You are still so young," Sir Francis said, with his very sweetest smile.
"Still, I don't quite see what your point is."
"My dear boy, I am making no point. I am only telling you that you are very much to be envied, so long as you can feel troubled about the concerns of other people."
"Yes, but that is what I don't see,"
Jim said, almost sharply.
"I fancy most people are sorry for the troubles of their neighbours. But suppose they are not generally, why should a man be enviable who is? Is it not merely adding the troubles of others to his own?"
"My dear boy, not at all. Don't you see that all through life — well, of course, you have not got very far through life — all one's own affairs are more or less bound to go wrong. The more you succeed, the more you want to succeed. The higher you climb, the higher you pitch your standard of climbing. The more sensations you gratify, the more you want to gratify. Every blockhead of us is in his little way an Alexander, and the more worlds he conquers, the more he wants to conquer. Now you see what I mean, don't you?"
"No, I can't say that I do any clearer than before,"
Jim somewhat doggedly replied. "Not really? Well, I'll explain. My idea is that a man's heart and soul, or what we have agreed to call heart and soul, are, as a common matter of fact, bound up with his own affairs. Very well, then, I take it to be a common matter of fact also that a man's affairs almost invariably go wrong with him."
"Oh, come now,"
Jim protested. "Yes, they do. Yes, they do. You see, as I said before, the more success a man has, the more he wants to succeed. And what does that mean? Why, what can it mean but failure? You make 3 millions, you want to make 5 millions. You don't make 5 millions. What is that but failure?
"Still, you have the 3 millions.
I know, but you wanted the 5, and you have failed. And there you are, the possessor of 3 millions, eating your heart out, because you are not the possessor of 5. Now, I have put this allegory of millions to you as the most practical and intelligible way in which I could express my ideas. But I may say that I do not myself so much care about the millions themselves. I have tried for money, gambled for money, won money, lost money, made vast sums, spent vast sums, but I have not cared very much for money as money all the time."
"No? Then what did you care for?"
Jim asked, with a somewhat languishing interest. His heart was in the coffin there, not of Caesar, but of poor, kind, sweet Mrs. Morefield, and he must have paused till it came back to him. "I cared for new sensation, my dear Conrad. I think nothing in life is real but sensation. I want to feel my blood dance racily through my veins.
Honestly, I don't see anything else in life but that. Well, I haven't asked you here to tell you all about myself and my cravings after new sensations. My dear boy, I beg your pardon.
No, don't beg my pardon, Conrad said. It was I who began the whole talk, and I was interested ever so much in what you were saying. But what I don't understand, and what you haven't quite explained, is why it should be an enviable thing for me that I should feel the troubles of other people added on to my own.
No? Don't you see?
Not a blink.
Well, how very odd. And you are a poetic and imaginative sort of young fellow. Don't you see that if a man's own affairs are bound always to go wrong, at least to go comparatively wrong, it must be a great relief to him if he can have his attention drawn away, for ever so little, to the troubles of other people? That is the reason why I often envy the men who, like you, are so much more sympathetic and philanthropic and all the rest of it than I am myself. The troubles of others are some distraction to you. I am very much afraid that they are none at all to me.
I am afraid, said Conrad somewhat wearily, it is of no use arguing the matter over. And anyhow, I'm sorry I bothered you for a moment with my troubles, although I don't believe one little bit that you are nearly as indifferent to the troubles of others as you make yourself out to be.
Oh, well, if it came to helping people and giving them a lift and all that, I don't think I should be altogether wanting.
No, I am sure you would not.
But even then, do you know, I think it would be in great measure the virtue of the new sensation, or perhaps the relief of getting rid of them.
Let it be what it will, Jim said somewhat more cheerily than before, so long as the helping hand is given. But there, I don't want to worry you with my personal or my indirect troubles any more. Indeed, I should never have said a word about them, but that I was afraid you might think I was down in the mouth, perhaps about something which I could not put into outspoken words. But of course I could not expect you to enter into my troubles. I don't suppose you ever heard of the people whom the troubles have hit most nearly, and because of whom the troubles are a concern to me.
Exactly, there it is, Sir Francis Rose remarked, in the tone of one who thinks that the whole question may now fairly be allowed to drop. When one does not know people personally, it is very hard to feel any interest in their troubles or their joys. You walk down to your club, and you see the bills of the evening papers, and you read in big letters, "Great cyclone on the Malabar coast, loss of 5,000 lives. Hurricane in Madagascar, 1,000 inhabitants homeless." And who cares about all that? If one had ever seen or known any one of the fellows, he might perhaps care, although, to speak the honest truth, I don't think the knowledge would do more than to give him a keener interest in the event, and therefore, in the frank, true sense, to make him the more glad that it had happened. Do you follow me? Jim shook his head. No, he had not been quite following him in the sense of agreeing with him, but he had been listening to him with a certain awed curiosity. He felt that there was much ghastly truthfulness in what Sir Francis Rose was saying, and the admission that there was so much horrible inevitable truth mixed up with it only made it grate upon his nerves all the more. These friends of yours, friends of the dead lady, I mean, whose troubles you make your troubles, were they men or women?
Women, said Conrad. 2 young women, one the daughter I spoke of, or did I? Another her close friend.
Yes. Well, I dare say I never heard the name of either of them.
I don't suppose you ever did.
Then don't you see how hard it would be for me to be sorry for them? By any extreme of possibility I could only be sorry for them because you were sorry for them, and on that principle
Our good friend Whaley ought to be sorry for them because I was sorry for your being sorry for them, and our silent friend in Paris, Marmaduke Coffin, ought to be sorry for them because Whaley was sorry for my being sorry for your being sorry for their being sorry. And so it goes on, like the ripple on the beach that is tossed off at Liverpool and goes on to New York, or breaks at San Francisco, and melts on the shore of one of the Sandwich Islands. My dear boy, that is not the sort of sensation which, according to my idea of things, makes life worth living.
All right, let it pass,
Conrad said, with a certain feeling of self-reproach, because he had inadvertently started the subject sacred to him, not knowing whither it was to lead, or, indeed, that it was to lead to anything.
You were talking of some scheme you wished, or should I say were good enough to tell me of.
Yes, yes. Let us leave speculation and go to business. End of chapter 14.